morning. Sorry, I was just getting an iron, so I'll just put the plug down. Morning and welcome to Sewing Street. Look, the tulips are still alive from yesterday, so I thought I'd have them for today. Can't believe Vix didn't take them home with her. Aren't they lovely? Hope you had a lovely day yesterday. Now, we've got an early bird that's bright and sunny and yellow. Da, da, da. Let me show you. Now, as you know, this is one of my favourite products. That's probably because I asked Barry the buyer to buy them. It is the complete set of hand sewing needles. Now, as you know, I love John James, long heritage. They're based here in Redditch, even better. And they produce the most wonderful needles. And what I love about this bundle is well, first of all, the price. And that is not the normal. I mean, I think, to be honest, $14.99 for 9 packets of needles is amazing. I can't believe this is the early bird. But that's because it's a special treat for me today on my Needles Hour. So what are we going to drop? Oh, well, it's a surprise. It's a surprise. I'll let you know in a minute. So 9 packets of needles. You get a packet. I'll go through what they do in a minute. Tapestry quilting, leather chenille, long darners, sharps, embroidery, milliners and beading. This will pretty much fulfill all your hand sewing needs. So you've probably got in your if you've only got 1 packet of needles, you've probably got sharps. Those tend to be the ones that you get in the supermarket that say hand sewing. These are for your general hemming, sewing on buttons. They have little eyes, so they slide through the fabric, and they are super sharp. So they're great as an all-purpose needle. But if you want to do something else, they're no good. They're no good because they haven't got the right size eyes. Now, the next needle I think that you will probably use is the milliner's needle. Not because we're all into hat making, but because they're really good for EPP, because they're very long. They've got long oval eyes, so you can fit the thread through nicely. But they are brilliant for if you're doing embroidery and you're doing knots like bullions or French knots where you need to do lots of twists. I use them rather than sharps, I use these for my hand sewing. Even if I'm hemming, I find them easier to go through. So they are a brilliant go-to needle that are always overlooked, but they are much longer than the sharps, so they're sort of easier to manoeuvre in a way. Then we've got embroidery needles, and obviously these are also called crewel needles, large eyes so you can get thicker threads through them, and nice and sharp. The other needle, chenille, also used for embroidery. They've got larger eyes, so you can get slightly thicker threads through them. They're brilliant. Quilting needles, also called betweens. So these are used for your hand quilting. They're nice and short with little eyes and rounded eyes so that they will slip through the fabric easily. You can get lots of quilting stitches on your needle. A lot of people use these for EPP as well, just because they're so short and they're easy to handle because they're just little, and if you want to do tiny stitches, they're ideal for that. Long darners. Now, obviously, tradition used for darning, but we use them for lots of other things as well. When you need to sew buttons through thicker fabric, they're brilliant. If you've got, a lot of length to get through, particularly if you're sewing on eyes onto dolls and that sort of thing, they're ideal for that. Beading needles. These are great for sewing on beads. So they have these will sew on the finest seed beads. They're very long, a bit bendy, so you need to be careful with them, but tiny eyes, so the eye will go through the bead. Then we go on to tapestry. These are exactly the same as chenille, strangely, but they've got blunt points. So they are for using for cross stitch, for needle point, also for sewing in thread ends, or if you're doing embroidery where you're doing whip stitches where you don't want to pierce because they've got a ball point there for that. And finally, we've got the leather needle. Now, these have got slightly chiseled points. So these are for using with your vinyl, leather. Recently, I found, I hadn't realised before, I always thought that you use these for PU, but actually it's best not to use these for PU because PU is an artificial fibre. It can rip it. So be careful. Really, I would say vinyl, oilcloth and definitely leather. Anyway, that's your complete set of needles. Now, we've never reduced this before, and I'm not surprised because I think $14.99 for all of those is amazing value. So we're going to do a special deal. 2 packets are free. So 9 packets for the price of 7. $11.99. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it? $11.99. So if you've only got sharps And there are other things that you do, or if you've got all of the packs of needles, you'll find that you'll start experimenting and then you'll think, oh yeah, that does work a lot better. You've also got, in most of the packets, you've got, well, 20, 16, 16, 6, 3, 20, those sort of numbers. Also, all of the packets have got mixed sizes in them, and that's the best thing, so that when maybe you're using a milliner's needle, you've got sizes 5 to 10. So the higher the number, the finer the needle. This way. 2 packets for free. Don't know which ones. How about like that one and that one? 2 packets for free. So also, I'm surprised that we've been able to produce this, but these are top quality, packaged, selected design, packaged in Britain. Absolutely gorgeous. And if you don't, and the thing is like a lot of us don't have specialised sewing shops. So if you can't go in and you can't get some advice about what to do, and honestly, the ones that you buy in the supermarket, they will probably be the sharps ones. I can't guarantee the quality. And it is important because needles are very inexpensive. So go for quality. As soon as you find that the needle starts sticking in the fabric, if it goes a bit black, or it's not sliding through, change your needle. They're so inexpensive and it makes quite a big difference. I always have all of these needles and I then find that, oh yeah, I'm doing something, I need a long darner for that. And you don't always realise, but once you've got them, then you can use them all sorts. So maybe you hate doing French knots. Use your beading needle and sew on a seed bead instead. But without a beading needle, you can't sew one on. Anyway, loads of you multi-buying and I'm not surprised. Remember, 2 packets for free. We have never reduced this before. I don't know why we have anyway, because I mean it's amazing. It's because we when we decided to stock the John James and I spoke to the buyers, I said these are the packets we need. These are the most often used. When I worked for Sewing Quarter in previous days, I went to the John James factory and watched them all being made and packaged and spoke to how they were designed and how it was all created and how they. Even things like they carefully select the packaging, so they've got these little plastic bars across, so they slide the needles in. Every packet is also quality controlled, and you see these ladies, amazing, the speed they go, going through all the packets, and I watch them do it. It's all packaged in the UK. Absolutely beautiful, and they are top quality, and I think with something like needles, or with any sewing tools, quality does make a difference. So that price will go back up at midnight if we've got any stock left. So we are limited in stock because obviously they are flying out, but that price will go back if we've got any left. So remember, we get sharps, milliners, also called straw, embroidery, also called crewel, leather, not called anything else, beading, always called beading, chenille, same as that. Long darners, quilting, also called betweens, and tapestry. Brilliant. And remember, 2 packets are free. So sharps, general hand sewing and hemming. Milliners, all sorts of things. Used a lot in EPP. I tend to use these for most of my hand sewing just because they're longer and I find them easier to go through the fabric. Embroidery, obviously used for embroidery because they've got those more elongated eyes. Because the hand sewing needle is made from it comes from 3 parts: the eye, the shaft, and the point. And the points and the shafts and the eye change on what the needle is, strangely. So if you look at them all, every eye will be a little bit different. They will have different points and they will have different lengths and diameters of sharp. Remember that the higher the number, the finer the needle, which, interesting fact, is completely opposite with sewing machine needles. I know, very confusing. And it's because they come from the standard needle gauge, which was an old imperial measurement going back years ago, whereas our sewing machine needles now come from the metric gauge. So it's completely the opposite way around, which does confuse things. But it's because it comes from that old gauge. So the higher the number, the finer the needle. Whereas the sewing machine needles, they are done on millimetres. So a 70 sewing machine needle is 0.007, something like that. Anyway, that's because this is older, because obviously hand sewn needles were around a lot longer than the sewing machine needles. Leather needles, you only get 3 of those. but they are much more specialist, and they have those little chisel points, so they actually make, they've got like triangular points, so they'll actually pierce the fabric. If you are sewing leather, that is the only needle to use, but you can also use them for vinyl. Don't forget with the beading, they're very flexible because they're so fine, but they've got tiny, tiny eyes. Chenille needles. Now, these, to be honest, I use for sewing in yarn ends when I'm knitting and crocheting rather than the tapestry. And the reason for that is they've got sharp points. So when you're sewing in the end of a piece of yarn, when you've cut it off, if you pierce the stitches on the back of the work with this needle, they sort of, it fixes the end in better. So if you're sewing in ends, if you knit or crochet, use a chenille needle. That one in the middle, the size 18 will be the better one. Long darners, again, really good for anything where you need to sew length. So, you know, maybe if you're making a pin cushion and you've got a button on the top and the bottom to pull it in, ideal. Good for soft toys. It depends on the length. There are specialist needles for soft toys, but these, if they're only just the shorter length, so just like sewing on an arm, these are perfect. Also, you use them for darning, obviously. Quilting. So quilting needles, now this is very odd that you need a short needle to get lots of stitches on your needle, but it does work. So they're best to use the thimble, but because they're so short, it means that you can pivot the needle backwards and forwards several times. If they were longer, you can't do it. So they are for hand quilting because you can pivot the needle before. A lot of people, to be honest, use these as well for EPP because they prefer a shorter needle. So milliners or quilting, it depends what you prefer, but if you want to use those tiny stitches, these are ideal. And then finally the tapestry needle, which is used for mainly cross stitch or counted thread, like hardanger you use it for, or if you're doing maybe like a whipped running stitch. But it's handy to have them because you know what it's like, if we've got them, we'll use them. And then it does make a difference. When you find the right needle and you're using the right needle for the job, fantastic. There we go. So $11.99, 2 packets for free. Don't know which ones. We have never reduced this bundle before. Get it, put it in your basket. You've then opened your basket for the day. Your P&P's covered, and it is so lovely to have the set. These are the needles that I always use. I love John James needles just because of the quality of them. And the heritage. You know, they've been playing about and designing needles for years. Very interesting. Now, if you manage to get these, brilliant. We've got over 100 of you checked out on this bundle. I'm not surprised. You know, when they make needles, another interesting fact that I discovered is they cut the wire into double length of the needle. They then punch the eye in the centre of the two, and then they sharpen both ends, and then they cut them up and separate them into 2 needles. I wonder why that is. And then they have to obviously file off the top of the eyes because where they've cut it, it's straight. But they're always made in pairs and then cut. So when I went to the factory, they were making veterinary needles that day, which are great big fat needles for sewing up dogs or, I don't know, you know, veterinary needles. Anyway, they were massive needles. So you could really see them in pairs. I don't know, I wonder what they were used for. They can't have been, because they were really big needles. But really interesting. So so John James, who made these, actually during COVID, they gave up a lot of their factory to all the needles that were used in operations and used in hospitals, because they have special secure sterile areas because they make all the needles that are used for heart operations, tiny, tiny ones. And they've got one area that's completely sterile and everyone's wearing masks and everything. So they're all set up for it. So in COVID, they were an amazing help. Anyway, there we go. There we go. All of those, $11.99. I'll let you know how stock is going because we are very, very limited. But what a useful early bird. I'm surprised we've done that, but it's nice, isn't it? It's I think they knew it was one of my favourite things. 2 packets for free. Got to be worth it. And if you have needles already, it's worth getting these because then you can, because obviously we do use them, and always renew your needle as soon as it stops slipping through the fabric. You change your hand sew needle and you will notice the difference, because we tend to use the same old one all the time. If it's not slipping in and out of the pages in your needle case, then you know that it needs replacing. There we go. Right, anyway, that's the early bird. Let's have a look at what's coming up today. So now, that's now, 8 o'clock, threads, needles and pins. And I have got loads for you. Even got my favourite magic pins as well. All sorts. and friction pens that I love. 9 o'clock. Oh, now this is a great hour. Jane Crow, who you know I love, the uber amazing crochet designer, has brought out lots of products featuring her designs. So Jane Crowfoot's design name is Janie Crow. They're the same person, but she uses that as her sort of product design name, but that is Jane Crowfoot. Anyway, you know what her crochet designs are, that they are gorgeous, and she's brought out loads of products from tins and boxes and everything, all featuring her crochet designs. So I've got those, as well as lots of storage. I've also got we've only got one of her blanket kits, so that is available on pre-order. So I'm just warning you, we haven't got many of them, but we managed to sneak that one into this hour because I know how you love her crochet blankets. So that's a lovely hour. 10 o'clock, I will be on with Amber Makes with my brand new, mine and Amy's brand new, I can go get it, my brand new animal handle tote bag, which, because I had an idea for these a while ago, and Amy and I have been thinking about it and messing about with it to ages of how to do it. It took us a while to work out how to do it, and now we have. This is the giraffe. So look at him. So his body goes into his neck, round the handles, and then he's upside down. And it's on the front and the back. And also, because I wanted this bag to have a little bit of depth and put box corners in, I decided I was bored with normal box corners. So I'm going to show you how, I'll do it in the show as well, how to make this really cute box corner that looks, can you see? So it gives you the depth, it's box, but you get this little pleated triangle on the outside. It's really easy to do, but I think it looks really cool, little design feature. So I'm going to show you how to do that. The bags in the kits are fully lined. They have a slip pocket with an animal on it. They've got a zip pocket as well. There's also a cat. There's the cat. And on one side you get a ginger cat, and his tail goes all the way around the handle and slopes down. And there's I was going to say baby cat and a kitten. And then on the other side, there's the grey cat. And obviously on the inside, it's fully lined. It has a zip pocket. Look, it has a cat as its pocket. And again, this has this corner that I'm going to show you how to do as well. And also the elephant. These are already selling on pre-order, so I'm just warning you. And look, the elephant he's an Indian elephant, so he has a patterned trunk. Goes all the way down with a little spray of water coming out of the end. I love the bottom of this one as well, because it's very ornate. And inside, it has elephants as well. There we go. Anyway, that's coming up at 10 o'clock. Then, 11 o'clock, it's all about bag making hardware. Love bag making hardware. Also, just as exciting, the best press is back in stock. So I went to Barry the buyer and said, I love best press, but I've seen that there are other scents available and we appear to only do one. So he had a look and he found them, and we've got them. And I love them. And not only that, I said to him, I get through my best press quite a lot. Can we get bigger bottles? Because I'd been doing a bit of research on this, and I found that they did bigger bottles. He got those as well. So we've got more scents, bigger bottles. So if, like me, you get through loads of it, you're going to love that. That's 11 o'clock. And 12 o'clock, we've got the fabulous Sam Sabido in with her brand new Crochet Granny Pack. So it's like a little backpack, all made from granny squares. It comes in 4 different colourways, and it's gorgeous. Honestly, with the summer coming up, her little Crochet Granny rucksack is like this big. It's absolutely delightful. So she'll be here at 12 o'clock with me. Right. Don't forget the early bird. Loads and loads of you checking out. So anyone who's just tuned in, 9 packets of needles. These are almost all the needles you will ever need for hand sewing. Should be $14.99, but today we're giving you 2 packets for free. So you're only paying for 7. $11.99, John James needles. This will sort out all of your hand sewing needles. Message from Elizabeth. Morning, Rebecca and team. It's my 70th birthday. Wow. Happy birthday, Elizabeth. I might be treating myself, especially with the beautiful Amber Makes bags. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Honestly, if you can't treat yourself on your birthday, when can you? And happy, happy birthday. I hope you've got a massive cake, because a birthday is never a birthday without a massive cake. That's lovely, isn't it? Good morning, Rebecca and crew. I'm looking forward to today's show. Lots of lovely treats coming our way from Terry in West Sussex. Oh, thank you, Terry. We've got some great things, because we've got lots of really good, proper need sewing products, as well as all of those Janie Crow storage things as well. And then finishing off the day with Sam Sabido. What can be better? It's going to be a great day. Thank you for your lovely messages. Do message me, and I like a message. This is amazing off. I will put it to one side, but I will let you know how stocks are going. But do get it. If you do, it's not just for people who are like only hand sewers. A lot of these needles are used for finishing off machine sewing and also embellishing as well. So there we go. Oh, I'll just put that to one side. Right, so please carry on checking out for that. Now, I've also got, because the reason that I asked Barry the buyer to buy, his name is called Barry the buyer. Thank you, Dan. Barry the buyer to buy the needles was because they fit in the needle case. So this is the Amber Makes Patchwork Needle Case Kit. So the design, and it's called patchwork because the designs on the front are patchwork prints. So in the kit, you get the fabric panel and the instructions, and there's the access to the free video tutorial as well of how to make this. So if this is your first sewing project, this is ideal. There's no zips or anything. All you need to sew on is a snap fastener, and on the panel is all the pieces you need. So this is the hand sewn needle case kit. Now, as if by coincidence, all of the needles that are in this bundle are in here. So once you've made it, this is what it looks like. So we've got beading. And then what you do is you put, once you've made it, you see, all of the pages are labelled, so you put the beading in. Then you can put chenille, and you just push them through the pages because there's nothing on this side. You just push them in and out, because once you take your needles out of the packet, you've got no idea what they are. But if you put them in here, you can. Then you have darners. Then there is embroidery. Then we've got leather. Then we've got milliners. Then we have quilting. And then we have sharps. And then we have tapestry. And then we have spares, because we all have those needles that we can't remember what they're for, or safety pins. And it features log cabin on the outside. We've got the pinwheel block on the pages, and then we have the sawtooth star inside. So it kind of echoes your hobby. So that's the hand sewing, but also in the same kit, because I know you love sewing machine as well. So you get both of these. You get the sewing machine needle, and we have got a little bundle for this as well somewhere. All you will need with this is some interfacing if you want to make it a bit stiffer, just medium weight interfacing. And then I've used little snap fasteners and a button to decorate, just to hold it close. So the way the sewing machine needle case works, and remember this is on the same panel, when you open it up, all of the sewing machine label, there are little pockets so that you can put them in. Where is the sewing machine needle bundle? I don't know where that's gone. That's strange, unless I can't see it. Oh, there it is. I'm going blind. I found it. We're going to do this in a minute. So all of these needles will fit in here. I think you might have to take... Oh, no, they do fit. Oh, I was going to say you might have to take... I designed it so if you take them off the packet. So you put all your needles in here, and in this bundle, then we'll do this in a minute. You've got ballpoint embroidery, jeans, leather, quilting sharps, stretch top stitch, universal specials, because you might have like a twin needle one, spares, because you might have maybe 2 universal something, and then this is the best pocket. This is in the machine. So if you've got the jeans needle, for example, in your machine, and then maybe you go away or you don't use it for a week, how are you going to remember what's in your machine? So what you do is you take the packet out, you put the needle in the machine, you put that packet in there in the machine, and the next time you come to your machine, you'll know what's in there. And then when you maybe you then put a universal in, you take the packet out of there and you put it in there, so you always know what's in your machine. So $19.99, you get both of these And if you've checked out on your early bird, you've already got the P&P, and you will get both of these, and then you can make sure you've always got the right hand sewing needles, the right sewing machine needles, and they're always to hand in these little cases. They're dead easy to make. And when you get the instructions, there's a QR code for them that will take you straight through to the video tutorial, so that if you are new to sewing, it's fairly simple as well, because there's nothing no complicated fastenings or anything, then you can sew with me as you make it. So can we do the sewing machine bundle? Marvellous. Now, don't want to mix them up. These are, again, there are other needles are available. These are the main needles that you will need. And you are making a saving of £2.52, £32.51, which is amazing. Now, again, these are Schmetz needles. These are fantastic quality Schmetz. Schmetz are recommended as one of the needles by Elna Janome to use in their machines. These are the needles that I always use. So I love the John James, I love the Schmetz needles because they are really good quality. And again, if Elna recommends using them. So Universal is the main needle that when you buy a machine, you'll be given a packet of Universal needles. Now, they are great for the majority of machine sewing, but they have a slightly blunt point. So they're not sharp, they're not ballpoint, they're somewhere in between. So they can be used for most fabrics. However, if you're using different fabrics or different threads, you will find a different needle will work better. So this is the needle Microtex that I use nearly all the time. It's a sharp needle. It's much sharper than the Universal. So it's really good. I use it because it's absolutely perfect for quilting weight cotton. It's also a really good needle to use for fine fabrics like voiles and organzas and chiffons, that sort of thing. But it is really good for quilting weight fabric. Jersey needle, obviously to be used for knit fabrics because it's got a slight ball point. If you don't use a sharp needle for knit fabrics, it can create ladders because it pierces the threads, whereas this separates the threads. The stretch needle, same as the jersey in that it's a ballpoint, the difference being this is better for anything that's got elastic in it. So if you're working with lycra or spandex or anything like that, it's a much better needle to use because the eye is slightly different and the groove that's behind the eye called the scarf is different, so the thread sits in it differently. So jersey if you're making t-shirts, sweatshirts, stretch if you're doing anything that's like lycra spandex. Quilting needle, again, if you are quilting, this is brilliant. It's got a much stronger, thicker shaft than the Universal and the Microtex. So when you're going through the 3 layers of the top, the wadding and the backing, the quilting needle is perfect because it will go through. It's also needle that's designed to work at very high speeds, which when you're quilting, machine quilting, you probably are. So that makes a difference. The top stitch needle is designed to be for top stitching, obviously. So it's got a bigger eye because often when you top stitch, you use a slightly larger eye, a larger thread. So it's used for that. So it's absolutely perfect for that. Then we've got the jeans needle. Now this is used for jeans, denim, canvas, any fabric that's slightly heavier and slightly thicker. The eye is a bit bigger, but it's got a really strong shaft. So if, like me, you're using your Microtex or Universal and it breaks, you should probably be using a jeans needle. Or before you break your needle, just change to a jeans because it is much stronger. So these are the 2 that I probably use the most. The leather needle, same as the leather hand sewing needle, it's got that chiselled point, so a triangular point. So it's perfect for going through leather. The hole it makes, you can't get rid of. So you have to be careful. But then that's the same as if you sew, anything with leather. But, if you're upcycling things, maybe you've got an old handbag and you've cut it and the bottom off it because you want to use it for something else, or you want to put patches on things, it's ideal. And it's a needle that we don't often tend to just go and buy, but if you've got it in the pack, then you will use it. And then finally, the embroidery needle. Now, this is specifically designed, it's got a bigger eye so you can use it with the embroidery threads. There's a little groove just above and behind the eye that's called the scarf, and the groove in the scarf in the embroidery needle is much deeper, so it will hold the thread and it will sit within it. But it's the needle that you use. You can use it in normal sewing machines if you're embroidering, but if you've got a machine embroidery machine, this is the needle you need to use. It is designed to work at very high speeds, so you will get less skipping. If you're using maybe a metallic embroidery thread, use the embroidery needle. You might have used your metal embroidery thread with a universal needle, and it tends to shred more because the universal doesn't have the deep scarf. Because this has got the deep scarf in it, it won't shred the thread in the same way. So by having all of these needles to hand, and then you can obviously put them all in your needle case in the pockets. I'm constantly swapping my needles over, and it takes seconds, doesn't it? And remember, you see, because if you've got the needle, if you've got this, you can then remember which one am I actually using. Because if you've got the embroidery needle, this is on single figures, this kit now, by the way. I mean, if you've got the embroidery needle in your machine, you need to know that if you're going to be using knit fabrics next. So this, and it's, to be honest, it's the only way you're going to remember. And I mean, I designed this for me, really, because it used to drive me mad. And also, it's just so lovely to have them all. You will find after a while that you will have one needle that you use way more than any other needle. You can then buy that singly and replace it. But having them all to start with depends on what you do and what fabrics. You might be a dressmaker and you're using the jersey needle all the time. You might only have used the universal and have realised how wonderful the microtex needle is. You might just only work on denim and use that, but then you can replace those. They recommend that you replace your needle every 8 hours of sewing. Hard to work that one out unless you set a stopwatch, I guess. But what I find is if I just think, I can feel if the stitches start to skip a bit, or they're a bit longer or a bit shorter than you're used to, the first thing to do before you just shout at your machine and kick it is change your needle. And most times that will sort it out. After that, you can shout at your machine. Right, so the Amber Makes Needle case, there are only 6 of these kits now remaining. So what I'd recommend is if you have only ever used one needle for machine, then I would get this bundle, and get the kit. Get the whole lot, and then you are sorted. And it will make a big difference to your sewing, honestly, if you use the right, but it's the same with anything, isn't it? You use the right tool for the job, then it works. So remember, in the kit, you get both. So you get all of the pieces on one fabric panel. They're all printed with all these names, so you don't have to worry about that. Pretty easy to make. And again, if you're new to sewing and you think, well, I've just got my machine, I've used my universal, make the needle cases, buy the needles, and it's a good way to practice anyway. We've got more of you have got this in baskets than we've actually got, so if you really want it, you need to get it checked out. Right, so talking about my favourite needles, this is all things I got Barry the buyer to buy, to be fair. Yeah, just got to find the code. Yeah, so because I said to you that my favourite needle is the Microtex needle, this is this one. What is that? I'm just, there we go. Just thinking about it. Because you're thinking like, why do I need a Microtex? What's the point of it? I said it's really good for fine fabrics. It's also known, so just to let you know, that the name it's mainly called is Sharps. So if you've bought the needle case, the Microtex fits in Sharps, because that's its other name. A lot of companies, so Schmetz call it Microtex, other companies will call it Sharps, but it's exactly the same thing. Now, for a normal quilting weight cotton, it's brilliant because it's super sharp, but it's really good if you're using fine fabrics as well. I think it's more universal than the universal needle in that you can use it for more things. Now, because I get through quite a lot of them, they end up costing me. So I worked it out when I found out the price of this. This works out, because there's 100 there, at 50p per needle. If you buy them in packets like this, they're 70 to 75p a needle. So by buying the full bundle, you can try them out. If you then discover there's one you use, then the saving on this, you're saving 20 to 25p per needle. And look at it. And I have a little box of these in my sewing machine box, and it has a little plastic that holds them in so they don't all fall out. And then look at all these. Look at them. 100. Look. I know, honestly, it's the best thing because I know I'll have to put them back in a minute. I know that. But don't they look great? Because you know how often you get through needles and you've got 100 of them, whereas when you've got a packet, you take one out and you go, oh, I've only got 4 left. But when you've got 100, so I know the investment of $49.99 to start with, you think, gosh, that's a lot for needles. But you work it out how much money you're saving. It's really worth it. And then you can guarantee, I'll put them all back, that you've always got enough needles. And I always find once I break one needle, within a few minutes, I seem to break it again. I don't know why. But the other day, I was sewing something, and I thought, I'm sure I've sewn for more than 8 hours, and I changed my needle. Honestly, you must know, when you change your needle and it really needs changing, whoo, it's like going through butter. Going through butter. Oh, it's the loveliest thing changing. Anyway, there is such a great saving with these, because I know when we bought these and they said, and the buyers went, £50. I went, yeah, but look at the saving. Look at the saving. It makes such a difference. I'll put those back nicely in a moment. I just wanted you to see them all. Just a little point of interest with Schmetz needles. Look at them, how nice I've put them back. I'll sort those out in a minute. Is that Schmetz needles, interestingly, have 2 colours on them. And if you know what the code is, you have to go on the Schmetz website and they'll tell you. They're colour coded, so it makes a difference. So if you do forget which is which and you look at the colour code, this one is purple and green. And if you go on their colour coding, it will tell you that purple and green means that these are Microtex. Oh, also, these are, message. Thank you, Rebecca, for explaining the difference between Microtex and Universal. My brother machine sews best with a Schmetz needle too. Thank you, Carol, for that. Yeah, I knew that Elna said, but I didn't know about the brothers. So Universal are brilliant. I wouldn't not have them because they are really useful because they are ballpoint sharp mixed together. But if you want to use a specific one, these are also a size 70. So because I explained earlier about sewing machine needles are done on the metric system where, well, they always have 2 numbers. They're called 70 and 10. So 10 is the old number, 70 is the metric number. It's to do with the diameter of the shaft. I think it's 0.07 mils or 0.7 mils. And that's what the number is. So with these, as higher the number, opposite to hand sewn needles, never forget that. The higher the number, the bigger the needle. Because if it's a 90 needle, obviously it's got a bigger diameter. So these are size 70, by the way, which means these are perfect for quilting weight cotton. That's why we've got those. And I'll put them to one side and sort them out later. Now, I've also got, which I won't empty, Hannah's very relieved about that, the Universals. Universal, again, size 70, because size 70 is great for, obviously, for normal, medium, lightweight fabric. If you're using a heavyweight fabric, you do need a 90, 100, but these are Universals. Now, these are less expensive. I have no idea why. All I can think is that Schmetz probably make more Universal needles than everything else, so it's due to do with bulk. So, because they make so many, that's because Microtex are more specialist. But in here, again, 100 needles, 40p a needle. Bargain. Look at these. These are brilliant. Oh, right. So a couple of people about how do you dispose of old needles? Well, there's a couple of ways. I tend to keep my old packets and I slide them in so that if I do want to put them in the bin, they're in a packet. I'd never put a needle in a bin. But you can actually also take them to needle disposal places like in your GP surgery. You could put them in there. I mean, you need to check with them first, but you can do that. But what I tend to, and also with rotary cutting blades, obviously, which you can't put in there, when I buy rotary cutting blades, they come in a little packet, a little round circular plastic thing. I keep the old ones of those and put them all in because the packets are designed that they are safe. So I do tend to keep the old cases and put my needles in there, and then I can dispose of them properly. If you can get to one of those yellow needle bins, even better, but if not, put them in the old packets. So universal needles, $39.99 for 100. It's going to take you a long time to get through those. And it is lovely. I know you think of it now as like, whoa, $39.99, $49.99, but you are saving a lot of money by doing that. When you think you're saving like 20, 25 pence per needle, that's quite a lot, isn't it? And I love the little box. Don't empty them all like I did. Take ages to get back. But it's so nice to see them all, isn't it? Anyway. Oh, another of my favourite products. I have 3 pairs of these. Don't know why. I don't know why I have 3. I use them. Well, I have a pair that live in my that live by my sewing machine. I have a pair that's in my scissor holder, but I also have a pair that sit in my knitting and crochet bag because they are super sharp and lovely. I am a bit of a brand queen, to be honest. I love a brand. Really think. With certain brands, you just know, don't you, that I've had my Fiskars scissors for a very long time. I mean, they have been going for 25 years. They come from the village of Fiskars in Sweden, strangely. Oh, no, Finland, not Sweden, Finland. This village of Fiskars in Finland. This, in fact, the orange colour that's on their handles, they've trademarked as their own Fiskars orange. They're just a lovely little length for snipping threads, cutting buttonholes. You know, if you're doing a zip that's a postbox zip, great for that. I use them for they sit on my ironing board or by my machine for snipping threads. They're super sharp. They stay sharp. They're great for obviously cutting yarn as well. I think for $13.99, they are your they're called embroidery and needlework because they're not your tiny, you know, like the little stalk embroidery scissors you get. They're not that length, they're a little bit longer, but they are lovely to use. I don't think I can get them out. Can I get them out of here? No, I don't think they'll come out. Can I take them out? Because we're a bit low. I haven't seen a pair of these. We're just having a look to see if we've got an open pair before I take them out. But they are lovely. I can recommend these. And I would also make sure, because they are quite sharp, make sure you've got them in like a scissor holder. You know, you can get like fabric scissor keepers that you make. I'd put them in one of those if I was you. I mean, I've also got the big dressmaking scissors as well because I like the brand. The thing is, I think with sewing, when you find a brand that you trust and you know, it's quite, you know that it's going to work, it's not going to let you down, it's great quality. I think it's a good price, to be honest. It's probably why I've got 3 pairs. Might have 4 in a minute if I have to take these out. No, she won't let me, see. Won't let me. Right, let's do the Gutermann thread pack. Now, I'm going to do this one because it comes with Schmetz needles. We love a Schmetz needle. So this comes with a pack of 10 Schmetz Universal, going all the way through from 70 to 80 to 90. So that's lovely. You've also got Prim pins. Know the Prim brand. They're really good. And then you have got 12 reels of the Gutermann all-purpose thread, which is brilliant. That works out. So look, if you look at this, right, with 12 spools, for that price, that works out £1.66 a spool, and these are free. How does that work? I mean, they're not free, obviously, but if you were paying, because normally a spool of thread like this would cost about £1.80 to £2, you're getting them for £1.66 a spool, and these were then free with it. It's a lovely way. Also, you've got all the colours. So you've got the white and the black. You've got 2 yellows, orange, 2 reds, 2 greens, and a teal and 2 blues. So lovely gift for someone. Or lovely gift for yourself if it's your birthday. Or you're getting back into sewing, or if you're just fed up with never having the right colours. And, you know, the universal needles, I say they are universal. They will work with most fabrics. So it's a really good starter pack. And it is your cool colours. £1.66 a spool. That is really... And they're free. And the Prim needles are very good needles. Know the brand. They're lovely. And they come in a little box as well. Really nice. Yeah. I think it's nice they come in that. And also they've got all different coloured heads, so they're easy to find. And you don't sew over them either. You can see them on the carpet. Because let's be honest, most pins end up on the carpet. Well, they do in my house anyway. £1.66 for a reel of thread. Right, third of the stock's just gone. So if you want to have that, you need to get that checked out. 1,200 metres of thread for £19.99 and free needles and pins. Nice little pack. Sticky dots. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, there they are. Look at these. These are great. So these are like, I don't know whether you can see. They're like little sticky dots. If I go like that, you can see. There you go. They're little sticky dots. And they're used to grip and hold needles. So you put them on your fingers. So if you have any problems with gripping a needle, well, if you're sewing through several layers and it's a bit stiff, sometimes I end up having to get my pliers out. You put these little dots on your fingers and it gives you extra grip to be able to pull the needle through. And sometimes I think even when you're doing EPP, because you're going through all those layers, it's not the easiest. They are reusable, so it's not like just when you've used one, they've gone. You get 70 dots in here. So what it says is it gives your fingers traction for easy needle handling. Better needle control helps reduce the pain of repetitive motion. That's true. Apply a self-stick dot to the thumb and finger you use to pull the needles. But you can reuse them. Obviously, at some point, they'll stop being sticky. But you put one here, and then you've just got that extra grip. So it does make it easier. I tell you what it'd be good for. You know when you're sewing in the summer and your hands get a bit sort of sweaty and sticky and everything's slidey? It'd be brilliant for that. £7.99, and there are 70 in them, so that's 35 goes, but they are reusable. I guess at some point they will stop being sticky and then you just get the new one. But those are brand new today. Brand new. Over half the stock's gone. I think they're genius. I think I need to have a go with them though, which means I may need this packet. You know, 'cause I do need to test them really, don't I? I think they'd be really good. Right, friction pens, another of my favourite. This should have been called my favourite product show. And these are my favourite of all the friction pens. I know you're not allowed to have favourites. Oh, right. The picture on the web looks like they come with a paper bag. They don't. They come with this blocks. And this is quite cool, isn't it? Because it has a little bit that it has that you can turn it into a stand, or you can put that on and have it as a lid. Now, the reason I like these, I love all friction pens because, always test them, I will say that, is that they are fantastic for marking fabric and then you just whoosh an iron over and it's gone. And the majority of the fabrics, I haven't found a fabric yet that it doesn't come out of. I'll just plug the iron in and then you can see how it works. Do need an iron to start with. Now, the reason I like the clicker ones the best is because I am rubbish at remembering to put the lid back on. And as with any pen, if you don't put the lid on, they dry out. But because these, you just click them on and click them off, I am more likely to remember. I'll do that and I'll turn it off. Whereas with the ones with lids, I forget to put them back on. That's the only reason. In this pack, £10.99, you get 4 colours, which is great. So whichever fabric that you're using, it doesn't really matter which fabric you're using. If you're using different colours, you know, you might use different ones. Or maybe you're marking something and you want to use different colours to show different things. So sometimes I'll use one colour because I might want to draw my seam on and another colour to show the notches. So it has my iron. Oh, plugged it in, I haven't turned it on. Can I have an ironing mat? An ironing mat board thingy. I remembered the iron and not the ironing board, and I don't want to do it on here while I forget. So let me go. I've got a bit of fabric. Right, so what you do is, now do test it first, I will say that. But if you are, maybe you're measuring, so you want to draw your seam allowance in. That's lovely. Thank you very much. If I was you, I'd use a ruler, but I'm just showing you for examples. So maybe you've drawn your seam allowance in because you're getting fed up that you're not sewing it straight. So it shows up really nice on there, doesn't it? Do you know, I still haven't got this on. Right. Well, it's plugged in. No, I can't work this out. Where's the power coming from? We'll sort it out in a minute. I'm sure that one's on. Yes. But also, you can use it for embroidery. So say maybe you would like to embroider a flower. Then you can simply, or you can simply embroider all over that. Or maybe you're going to trace a design. Then different colours. So that's the black, the red. So the red you'll need to show up on other items. Green. I tend to use all of them all the time, but then I do use them for different things. Maybe you want to put your name on. Remember, not that they will come off if you touch them with an iron, so don't use them for permanent marking. And then the little clicker, they go back into the case. I don't know what's going on with the electrics. And then all you do, and I will show you in a minute once we get the iron working, you just iron over it. But these are perfect because they come, you can keep them in your sewing box like that. But if you want to put them on your sewing desk, then they come there and you can have them as a little stand. Which I don't think I've done that right. There we go. That is the stand, but I don't think I put it on right. Hooray, it's working now. Thank you very much, Dan. Don't know what was going on. Right, and then, let me just make sure it's warmed up enough. Well, I have to say with these irons, they warm up ever so quick. Right, and then all you do is you iron it because, look at that, because it's the heat that takes it off. The pens themselves have like a rubbery end, which isn't a rubber, but the action, let me do it on the bit that's not, the friction that's caused by rubbing it will just remove it. You need to do it a few times, but it will take it off. Yeah, not as well, but the iron works better. They are, because a lot of these, I don't think these were originally designed for fabric. People use them for paper because they will rub off. The other thing that's good is because they come off with heat. If you've got a fabric that you don't want to press or can't press, PU or something like that, you can use a hairdryer on it. So you just need heat above and it will take it off. Sometimes if you've lost it, you can put them in the freezer and then it will come back again. It's the weirdest thing. Weirdest thing. I use them also for marking quilts. So if I want to do quilting, then I mark all of my quilting lines, straight, diagonal, whatever, with these, stitch over it and then just iron it off. So those are the clicker pens. Now I like those purely because I'm rubbish at remembering to put the lid on. There we go. Those are the clicker ones. Now we have the original ones in the same colours. So, I am. These are the original ones, so they just have lids. £10.99, but they just have lids. Exactly the same colours. Now individually from us, they're £3.99. So they should be £16, shouldn't they, for all of them? But they're, well, £15.99. But you're paying them at £2.74 and you get a case. And it's nice to have them all because obviously they do run out. But it depends whether you want the lid ones or whether you want the clicker ones. So that's those. Now we have them in different colours with lids as well. These are limited. These are nice, aren't they? I haven't tried these. They work exactly the same, but again, it's for different fabrics. So, for example, this one's got an orange, different colour fabrics. If you're using like a navy, see that doesn't show up very well, but if you're using a navy fabric, that light orange is brilliant. So this one has got pink, light orange, purple and blue. And again, they do have the lids. £10.99. So if you're using these a lot, like I do, it's lovely to have a range of colours, in particular these lighter ones for using on darker fabrics. So if you've got the darker ones, maybe you want the lighter ones. And again, these come in the stand case thing. But they are also, if you're doing embroidery, if you've got a range of colours, you can draw the colours that you're going to use on there, and it's easier to remember which colours you're trying to do for which one. So those are the coloured ones, £10.99. And then we have the fine ones. Let's start with the black one. So these are fine liners. Now these are new. So these have almost got, the others have got like a roller ball, I'd say. There's like a ballpoint. These are more of a felt tip, like a handwriting pen. You get blue, black, red and green. Now these are much finer. So what I would say is these are probably better when you want to draw finer lines, or if you are tracing things for embroidery, because you're going to get a much finer line. But they still work in exactly the same way. It's gone. Yeah, this camera can focus. But see on the fabric, because I find with some fine liners you get, particularly if I'm using a permanent fine liner, they drag on the fabric. But with these, they don't. Look. We are limited. 4 for £6.99. That's a bargain, isn't it? I mean, these work beautifully for exactly the same things that the others work for as well. How are they £6.99? Look at that. And they don't drag at all, do they? Because, you know, when you use... That's lovely, isn't it? I feel like I'm in school. I just, you know, kids drawing. Yeah, do you know, I have to say, I'm rubbish at drawing. I'd like to say I draw a flower, but my flowers don't even look like flowers. Look at that, see? That's lovely. But the great thing is, you see, so this is why they're really good for schools. Because you go, look, love, try again. That's what they'd have said to me anyway. But when I have got permanent markers when I'm doing labels, which are fine like this, but these don't drag. I like these. Should I go green? Should I go the red one? You see, and do be careful. When it's hot already, look, it doesn't show. So you have to do it there. Sometimes when I'm doing marking fabrics, I have to waft them because I'm too impatient just to get rid of the heat so that you can draw them again. It disappears as you write. Very good for Christmas cards that you want to reuse. Just write all your Christmas cards in this and they do disappear. Brilliant, aren't they? Over half of the stock of these is gone. And these are fabulous, aren't they? £6.99. Morning, Rebecca. Your hair looks amazing today. So shiny. Oh, thank you, Anne. I did condition it this morning, actually. You know, I'm so impatient. I usually can't be bothered. I only tend to condition it every now and then because it takes so much longer. But thank you very much. I did have it done the other week, to be honest. Right. Oh, these are really cute. I've got loads of these. The larger ones, okay. I'm just going to remove my ironing board. Oh, that's a bit loud. The larger one with hearts on this one. Look at these. They're like calico, Moda as well. Little cross-stitched hearts on. And they're like little needle cases. Aren't they sweet? So you've got felt there to put your needles in. Little pocket, so you could put little scissors in there. 2 little pockets there. So good if you're travelling, if you're going on holiday and you want to put your needle, you put a little sewing kit in, you could put a couple of reels of thread in there, couldn't you? Put your needles in. Nice thing to just keep in your sewing kit as well. So they're like cross-stitch hearts. Oh, they're a Neela Hooley. Oh, I love her stuff. £5.99. Oh, I like her design. She does beautiful fabric designs. So she's designed those for Moda. They are gorgeous, aren't they? £5.99 for that one. Now, I've also got this one that has scissors on it. They look a bit Fiskars, don't they? Fiskars orange. So same thing. You've got the felt pages going down to £5.99. You've got 1 pocket there. You've got 2 pockets there. So ideal to just keep in your sewing kit. Or do you know what? If you're doing knitting or crochet, since we've been talking about that today, be lovely to keep in that. Yeah, if you're flying somewhere and you want to just take your... But do check with your airline. Because I'm going on holiday tomorrow. Not that I've told everybody many times. And you can take scissors on the plane. It's all to do with the distance between the point and the screw. So you do have to check that. But Or you could get little thread snippers, do check. But I was sorting out my plain project, because you do need a project to do on the plain. I've got a new ball of sock yarn and my circular needles, and I printed out a pattern. So I'm hoping that I'm not actually sitting next to my husband on the plane. We haven't checked in yet, because I've got a pair of socks to knit. Yeah, I've got it all sorted. I've got my pyjamas, I've got my eye mask, and I've got my knitting project. What more do I need? And then I'll sleep, you see. Although I'm going to be knitting, and there'll be movies, won't there? Anyway, this would be ideal, because I could put my little stitch markers in there. Right. Then we've also got, can we do these? 3, look at these. Let's start with the little hearts. This is the baby one, look. So you've just got the 2 pages to put your needles in. That's the sweetest thing, isn't it? Going down to $2.99. I mean, that's not a nice little gift for somebody. Just put a few needles in it. Keep that in your mending kit. That is, if you've already paid your P&P, it's only $2.99. This would be good for always keeping for holidays, or just in your handbag, because you know, when you just need, you could have the needles already threaded up with like black and white, couldn't you? For general. That's the heart one, sorry. Then can we do the scissors one? I love the scissors one. This is so sweet. Going down to the same price. $2.99. Moda Make Time. Because we sold, because I remember I did a project for Sewn Street of this fabric, the Moda Make Time fabric. So this is obviously the same designs from that. And that was gorgeous. Love those little scissors. It's got the little cross-stitch heart inside it. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, if you're getting your Christmas cupboard ready already. You know, maybe you buy, if you've bought someone a little kit, then you could just put that in with it. Or maybe you make your own advent calendar for people. That'd fit in a pocket, wouldn't it? That's really sweet, isn't it? I do like that. You can get babies, you can get tiny scissors, can't you? You could put them in there. And then the last one are the little pins. Again, $2.99. Isn't that lovely? Really sweet. So, you know, you could, with all of these, you could get little sets, couldn't you? They're all on the website. Now I'm confusing things without saying $2.99. So we do have them all, but they do match, don't they? If you want some little matching sets. Anyway, what a great bargain. Well, right, let me just finish. I'm just going to return to my absolute favourite today of the early bird, of the Uber 9-piece needle set. Should be $14.99. First time we've ever reduced it. Don't know why we have, actually. Little treat, that's why. Instead of $14.99, $11.99, because 2 packets are free. So you're only paying for 7. All the needles you will ever need. But you will get them all. I'm just saying they're free, but you will get them all. Embroidery, beading, milliners, long darners, quilting, chenille, leather, tapestry, sharps. Nearly all the needles you will ever need. Love them. Anyway, make that saving today. We are very low in stock now. If we do have any left, the price will go back up. Hundreds of you have checked out, and I'm not surprised. Honestly, use the right tools for the job. We know that, though, don't we? If you use the right tools, and this is a really inexpensive way of doing that. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. I will see you back in a few minutes' time with fantastic Janie Crow storage and other products. Lots of other storage. And don't forget the Crochet Blanket Kit. Not got many of those. So have a look on the website during the break so you can see what's coming up, because all the products have already been put on there so you can shop ahead. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So, if you with me for the last hour, wasn't it fab? Needles? Love a needle. Sold loads of them as well. I'm not surprised because they're lovely. Anyway, this hour is all about two things. So we've got Jane Crowfoot, but her design name, business name, which, am I looking in the wrong camera? Is that one number one? Right. I was looking that way and it looked like, you know when you watch people on telly sometimes, they look in the opposite direction. Right, I'm in the right place now. So Janie Crow is her sort of business name, her design name, but she's Jane Crow for our guest. So we've got lots of her products. Now, I have got one blanket kit. Not one of the kits, but only one kit. We have got a few, not many though. Now, in the kit is everything to make this gorgeous blanket. It is called the Fields of Gold blanket in the Fury colourway. It is beautiful. You have got all of the yarn that you need to make it. There's a picture of the blanket. Now, the yarn is Life DK, Life DK is a mixture. Let me just give you the actual fibre content. I don't want to open this because we haven't got many left in stock. It is a mixture of, I've got to find, you know, oh, there we go. I've got to get the right ball. Oh, so it's 100% acrylic because it's Life DK. I thought it was a mixture. There we are, me confusing you. Right, so it is a mixture of the Stylecraft acrylic and Life DK. And Life DK is 72% acrylic, 25% wool, 3% viscose. So the Life DK is the wool mix, and then you've also got some of the normal acrylic DK. So you've got a mixture of acrylic and wool, which means that you've got the flexibility and the softness of the acrylic, but you've also got the texture of the wool, which gives it its beauty. It is only $69.99 as well, which is amazing. I mean, it is the most beautiful blanket. Now, the great thing about Jane Crowfoot's kits is that she explains everything in such detail, and they're also sort of a build your skills as you go projects. So with a lot of the kits, in particular this one, you start in the centre of the circular design and then you build out. And she teaches you how to do one stage at a time, so your skills grow as you do. Now, whenever we have these kits, they sell out. I'm surprised we've only got a handful of these left. And it is a handful, which I can't open this one. $69.99, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16 balls. They're all 100 grams. 1,600 grams of yarn. Look at the colours you've got, like these gentle teals. Some of the Life DKs are slightly flecked as well, so you get a really tweedy effect. So you've got navies, pinks, teals, creams, and then you've got the lovely bright colours here. So it is crochet, and this is all of the yarn. I mean, isn't that gorgeous? So you create each one of those, and then they are all crocheted together. It's a beautiful, like, lacy type blanket. It's ideal for the summer where you just, you know, when you go out and you just want to wrap one. I've got a blanket similar to this that I always use in the summer just to sort of wrap round me. It brightens up something, you know, if you've got like a plain black t-shirt or black dress and you want a bit of extra brightness, it's brilliant for that. So you can use it to wrap around you, but it's also a lovely blanket to put on the sofa. It's 120 centimetres square, so it's lovely. You could pop it over the back of a chair or over the sofa. It's nice to take on a picnic with you. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Pop it over the end of the bed. And it really is a bit, you build up as you go and you're learning new stitches. It's lovely. And also, Jane Crowfoot has lots of tutorials on her own website as well for creating these blankets. And I mean, maybe you've done Persian tiles. That's the crochet blanket of Jane Crowfoot's that lots of people start with. Then try this one. I mean, look at the colours. I love the pops of the pinks and the yellows, and it's very 3D and lacy as well. I mean, it is a stunning work of art. I think that price, because she creates her kits in conjunction with Stylecraft, and obviously, you know, they are a big yarn brand producer, so that they can therefore bring the price down. I think that's a great price, $69.99 for that whole blanket. And the instruction, it's not a leaflet, it's a booklet. It is very detailed, lots of walkthrough photos. And to get the kit with everything you need in it is lovely. So you've got a mixture between wool and acrylic in here, so it's a real premium kit. Now, we have only got a handful left. So I would recommend, if you want it, you know, this can be your next project. Or for somebody, you know, if you've got, someone's got a special birthday or something coming up. I bought my mum for Mother's Day a whole kit to knit a tank top. She'd knitted one and didn't like it. But my daughter had knitted one and it looked lovely. So I bought her exactly the same pattern and all the yarn and the needles. She was thrilled. So if you know someone who knits or crochets and would like to create something like this, it's a lovely present. Oh, that's a nice picture. Oh, that's lovely. Isn't that lovely on the bed? That's beautiful. I like the fluffy cushion on the bed with it as well. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Actually, this is a great go away on holiday on your own project, isn't it? Take it with you. Sit in front, box set, telly, lovely. Pray for rain. Sit inside, crochet a blanket. Isn't that lovely? That's what they do in Iceland. In the Northern Iceland, I was just reading this book. Between the end of November and the middle of January, they have no sun at all. And some of them find it quite miserable, but others just really embrace it. And that's when they do all their big knitting and crochet projects, because it's dark, and they just think, right, I'm going to stay inside, I'm just going to make things. I'm thinking, I might move there. Because I would embrace that 2 months of absolute darkness where you just stay in by the fire and crochet a blanket. Anyway, we're limited in stock on that, so I'll leave that with you. $69.99, 1,600 grams of wool acrylic, all the information you need to know, and it is an absolute thing of beauty. It's the sort of thing people go, oh, did you make that? Gorgeous, isn't it? Right, should we move on to her other products now, Hannah? Can I do these? These are really, really low in stock, but they are delicious and I want them. So these are crochet. You can use them for crochet or knitting markers. They all come on a safety pin. They've got little lobster clasps on, and they feature Jane Crow's designs. Right, just about to go. And there's the other set. And these are her lantern crochet designs, mystical lanterns. I really want those. On the safety pin, aren't they beautiful? $8.49. Right, sold out. We do have other bits and bobs. Oh yes, seen that one. So what Jane has done is she's taken her designs, her crochet designs, and created storage items with them. This is beautiful. Isn't that lovely? Does she say which one it is? Is it Persian tiles? Yeah, but what colourway? Oh, okay, it says on the screen. Funny that. There were different colourways. I mean, so if you love crochet, if you just love that. So look, there's a tin. I would keep in here all my crochet hooks, obviously. All my crochet hooks and my stitch markers and my special Fiskars needles I always use. I mean, you don't have to use them for anything to do with crochet or knitting. They can just be a lovely tin to keep custard creams in. Yeah. Has anyone tried the chocolate-coated custard creams? Just saying. They're only available in one supermarket called Marks and Spencer's, and others are not available because that's the only place you can get them. But they are the best. I would fill this with chocolate-coated custard creams or crochet hooks. Only $8.99. Nice gift for somebody. You could even just fill that with tea bags, couldn't you? For someone to take into the office. Or you could fill it with a few sewing supplies. It's just nice to have on your shelf, isn't it? Put all your stranded cotton in it would be ideal. Ribbons, zips, all sorts. Nice gift for somebody. You could just put a nice soap or a hand cream in there, couldn't you? I've got a smaller tin. Oh, I love this one. Can I do this one? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love this. Is super limited. So this is her Indigo Dreams. It's got a hinged lid. Look, little hearts. Oh, I want this one. Look at that, $3.99. Sold out. Next tin. Oh, I like this one. Fruit Garden. I love that blanket. We have sold her Fruit Garden Blanket Kit on here. She's demonstrated it. I've seen her do it because I've got the booklet. That's lovely. What would you put in this tin, Hannah? If it was mine, mint imperials I'd put in there because I always have mint imperials in my cars. Those two have sold out. Got a few left of this one. Just $8.99 is a great price. In fact, I think I could fill that. I could fill that with licorice all sorts, couldn't I? I always think if you give somebody a gift in a tin or a box or a bag or something, it always looks better, doesn't it? It's lovely. It's 7.5 centimetres high, 23.4 centimetres. And that's all on the website, I presume, by 24.5, just in case you need to know the dimensions of it. But it's got the pictures all over it. That is the only tin that we now have in stock. That's lovely, isn't it? $8.99. That's brilliant. Have we got the box? Have we got the box? can I do that one? This one is on single figures, so look, I didn't know it had something in it. Right, ready, ready? This is not just a mug. This is a bone china mug. Oh, three left, 3 left. They've been flying out on pre-order. You can actually see, can we get close up on that? Look, you can actually see the crochet. 1 left. Oh, I really want that mug. The chopping board. Oh, oh look at that. Bring sewing into the kitchen. Yes, or if you've got an apple, cheese and apple by your desk, cut off little slices. I'm feeling like if you've made some scones, you could have them on here and present them. Be a nice little cheese board, wouldn't it? A little brie, a little bit of camembert. 99. Or, yeah, you could gift it, couldn't you? You could gift it. In fact, you could put like other items on there with it. And that's her mini lanterns. Oh, I like that. £9.99. Little chopping board. It looks like a paintbrush, doesn't it? Like that, like a paintbrush. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Really like that. £9.99 for that one. I think crochet should always come into the kitchen. Which one can I do next, Hannah? Jigsaw. Oh, jigsaw. I love a jigsaw. Single figures of this one. 1,000 piece. Oh, that's nice. This is the sort of jigsaw that you don't take apart either. You keep that, put it in a frame. I think you get special jigsaw glue, can't you, that you spread over it, and then you can just put it on the wall. Oh, that's lovely. So if you know someone who loves crochet and loves a jigsaw, 1,000 piece. Comes in a nice box as well. These things are important, aren't they? I won't take it all out. We're on single figures. £19.99 is very good price for 1,000 piece jigsaw. From Wendy, I gave Mum the jigsaw for Mother's Day and she was thrilled. I kept the mug. P.S. The chocolate custard creams are amazing. From Wendy Devon, have a super holiday. Thank you. Wendy, have you tried the chocolate bourbons from the same shop? I can't decide. I have to keep having one of each. You only get 6 in a packet, but they are unbelievable. What a lovely present, Wendy. What a lovely present. And I'm not surprised you kept the mug for yourself. I would have done. But that is a nice present, isn't it? For yourself. I've got the pad. Can I do the pad? The magnetic notepad. This is nice. So this is things to do, shopping directions and handy lists. Or you could use it for where you are up to in projects. You could use it for your crochet, your knitting, your sewing projects. It's magnetic on the back, so you can stick it on the fridge. Notes to people, do not bother me, cook your own dinner, not cleaning today. That kind of thing. Only £3.99. That's a very good price, isn't it? So you've got the Persian tiles around the edge. And then you've got a more transparent version of it there. No, it's not just the top one, they're all patterned. And then you've got a cardboard back and you've got the magnet so you can stick it on the fridge. Again, nice gift. Or, you know, if you have to put notes in with things, if you're sending somebody something and you want to just put a little note, rather than using a gift card, you could just put one of these because that's posh, isn't it? That's like a very, very inexpensive way of having lots of gift cards. I know. And, you know, when you want to write a note for something or remind yourself something, or it's just a nice... things I actually want to do list rather than chores. Yes. Otherwise, you put it on the back of something else and then you throw that out and then you can't find it. But that's lovely. I think £3.99. Really, really, very, very good price, isn't it? Do we have this one? The zip purse. Oh. Right, we'll start with the bigger one. The pencil case. So, oh, this has got a nice chunky zip. So this is from her Indigo Dreams. Oh, look, I've just got to show you the... Can you see? Look, it's crochet inside. I like that. Nice chunky zip. And then you've got the Indigo Dreams. Let me just straighten it out so you can see it. Oh, that's very good quality. It's even got like the little... It's got the little Janie Crow label on it. That's very nice, isn't it? Again, you could keep your crochet hooks in there, couldn't you? Or anything else. It's just a nice pencil case, isn't it? Or other things. Keep whatever you like in it. £8.99. Nice chunky zip as well. But I'd get it for the lining. And then we've also got the little one. This is good for keeping your look, crochet lining. This is good for keeping your cards, your credit cards in, tablets. Very good to keep, like, because I have a little purse this size. No, for keeping like my Nurofen and my paracetamol in and thing. And I have a little zip pouch that lives in my handbag that has all of my tablets in it, which is quite useful when you need that. Or if you do want to use it for your crochet, it'd be good to keep all your stitch markers in, wouldn't it? £6.49. That's a great price. Have we got any of these left now? I'd like one of these. That's so cute, isn't it? That's so cute. Right, we'll just finish off before finishing Jane Crowfoot's with the glorious blanket. Not many of these left now. Not surprised. $69.99, 1,600 grams of yarn. 1,600 grams of yarn. Mixture of wool and acrylic. It is the only Jane Crowfoot kit we've got. The price is amazing. There's loads of photos, walkthroughs in here. Also, if you go to her website, she has lots of tutorials on there. It's 120 centimetres square. It's for going to picnics in the summer and just wrapping around you. It's for putting it across your bed. It's for looking gorgeous on the sofa, brighten up a room, pop it in the car, use it as a picnic blanket. Don't let anyone sit on it though. But it is beautiful, isn't it? And I have one just like this that I have for just wrapping around me in the summer. And it looks lovely with a black dress. It looks gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? Anyway, look at all that yarn. And it's all there. Everything you need's there, except for your crochet hook. Everything you need is in there. That is your treat yourself, nice present for somebody as well. I think that is fantastic. I mean, maybe you got money for Mother's Day, for your birthday, or a voucher. Ideal, wouldn't it? I think it is it's gorgeous. I do love a full kit as well, because, you know, when you've got to get very specific colours, they're not always easy, but everything you need is in there. And you will be able to have your own piece of Jane Crowfoot art, because her crochet is art. Very, very low on stock in these now. If you want it, you need to get it checked out, or we're going to run out. Right, that's all the Jane Crowfoot items. Loads of bit like this one. Right, Hannah has selected a little range of fabrics, 6 fabrics here. We haven't selected because they go together, but there's fabrics that we've still got in stock, but we haven't showed for a while, and we don't know why. Now, this is gorgeous. So it's called Moda Junk Journal Vintage Collage. We've only had it on air a couple of times, and it is lovely. So you can use it as a fabric as a whole, but isn't it brilliant for a plique or EPP or just fussy cutting? So you've got like little scraps on here as well. I mean, things like this, so this is by the ½ metre. So if you want to make yourself a whole dress, if you buy more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a continuous piece. But look at this label here, Savon aux Fleurs. I mean, if you were making somebody like a little zip case, and you as a present, you could just applique that in the centre and put some soap in. There's lovely little options for applique. I mean, it's lovely as a whole. Now, these selected fabrics, they're ones that we love, but we tend to sell fabrics in groups of all the same type. And then they sort of slip through because maybe we haven't got the others in the set. But this is beautiful as a whole, isn't it? Should we open it all out? That's just half of it. Isn't it? I mean, look at the value. Even if you're just getting ½ metre, look at the value that you're getting in here with all of these items. But, I mean, I'm thinking, you know, use this for dressmaking. 1950 style tea dress, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Or even if you wanted to make a really cool little wash bag from just a square of this. It's beautiful. And also, we're on single figures of this now. I'm surprised we've still got some. It's just so nice, isn't it? I mean, look at just like that little label. So even if you're using it to make something like a wash bag, keep that little label there. Sew that to the centre of something. Beautiful, isn't it? There's so much value in this. Anyway, that's that one. We've got quite a few. Well, 6. How about this one? This is our sort of... Now, we've had lots of different caves on, but this one we haven't shown since August. And I don't know why. I mean, it's beautiful. I think I'm upside down. There we go. Let me hold it up so you can see how beautiful that. We haven't shown this one since August. It got a little bit lost on the website, I think. But remember, this is available by the ½ metre. So if you order more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a whole piece. That's gorgeous, isn't it? With the spring and the summer coming up, little blouse for dressmakers, bag lining. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Little tote bag, only 5 metres. Little tote bag. How nice. 5 metres remaining. How is this slipped through the cave net? Has not been on air since August. And it's beautiful. I mean, it's just bright and bold. I mean, these periwinkle blues, violets with the shocking pink in it. They're just gorgeous, isn't it? There we go. Only £8.49. Blah. Right. Random vacuum seal bags. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Now, I've got 2 different sizes of these. Do you know what? These are brilliant for putting clothes in or quilts in and you want to store them. Because it's got all different sizes. So this pack here has 3 sizes, 4 mediums, 4 large and 4 jumbos. They come with the little hand pump. So what you do is you put your items in them, you seal it across the top by just pulling the slider. Then you get your hand pump and it sucks all the air out. And it's absolutely brilliant for reducing. So you can put your winter clothes, your summer clothes, quilts. Maybe you've got loads of fabric, or maybe you've got a big stash of wadding that you want to reduce. Or I used one. I wanted to send my son, who's abroad, who I'm going to see tomorrow. I bought him a big fat cushion for Christmas, and I thought, how am I going to get this in the post because it's so big? I put it in one of these, squeezed it all out, and it was a cushion this size, and it was like this. Brilliant. When he opened it up, it like jumped out. He's never going to get it home. It's really good for keeping things dust-free as well. So if you do keep things under your bed, or, you know, which is always dusty, isn't it, or the top of your wardrobe or something, it is amazing. You're getting 12 bags at £24.99. I tell you what it's great for. If you're going on holiday and you want to reduce, you've got to get lots of stuff in your luggage. As long as you take the hand pump with you, because otherwise you'll open it up, you'll never get them back in. If you take the hand pump, you can get a lot more in your suitcase. Because you know it's like when you pull all the air out, when you buy cushions, or like me, if you've got a lot of cushion pads that you don't use all the time, maybe like outdoor cushions that you don't use obviously in the winter, then you can squeeze all the air out of them. It's a great price, isn't it? Or moving house, duvets. Maybe you've put your winter duvet away and they're just so bulky, aren't they? But you need to keep them out. Oh, and reducing it as well. No, £19.99. £19.99. You know, maybe you've bought fabrics and clearance and you don't know when you're going to use it, so you want to store it. And it is really good. I mean, because it says they protect against water, dirt, dust, odour, insects and mildew. I mean, they'd be good for posting anything to somebody, wouldn't it? Because they're protected. You know, or maybe you're like me, you collect certain fabrics. So I collect shirts because one day I'm going to make a shirt quilt. I've got a big stack of them, but I could put them in here. I get loads under the bed then. Because you know what it's like under tables and beds. It's also dusty on top of the wardrobe. Put them all in here. So it not only reduces the size and the bulk of them, but it also protects them against everything as well. Really easy to use. Baby clothes maybe, or all of, you know, that stuff you keep up in the loft, like your summer clothes or your ski clothes or whatever. My ski clothes, yeah, I wish I'd put them in one of those. I got them out and they weren't Didn't smell that great. Can't really wash them though, can you? Really thought that through. So these are the 3 different sizes. So this medium is 50 by 70 centimetres, the large is 60 by 80 centimetres, the jumbo is 70 by 100 centimetres, and you get 4 of each of those. Amazing. $19.99. Really, really good thing to have. I was glad I had them when I realised I needed to post a cushion. And you use them more than once. And because they come with a hand pump, it does mean that if you are packing with them, then you can take the hand pump with you and you can get them back in your suitcase afterwards. Wadding is brilliant for them because wadding is super bulky, isn't it? Or if you buy a big piece of wadding and then you cut off bits, so you've always got the extra left, put them in one of these. You can just, it just keeps it protected as well, doesn't it? From all the dust and dirt. It says insects on here. I presume it means moths. I was thinking, what are they? Moths. Those moths that eat things. I presume that's what it means. Loads and loads of you got this in your basket now, so do get them checked out. So this is the only select. We have got another box. This is the only one that we've got where you get the 3 different sizes. Now, what I would do if I was you, unlike me, and I opened them all to find the size, I should have just measured them before you open them all, because it does tell you on the outside. So they come individually packed. They come packaged like this. Right, let's open, which was the smallest? I think I can get them back in. So what you do is I'll take one out and then you can see how it works. So there's one of them. I think this is the medium one. There we go. So I think so. So you undo the top of it by just pulling it apart. And then it fills with air, obviously. And then you put your item in. Shall I put something in it? Okay. So you put it in there, and then it has these, you see these little clips? You take these out, and then that squeezes it, the top, so you don't actually have to push it together yourself. Then you get your pump, undo this, and what's good is it does have a valve, so you don't have to quickly put it back on. You screw your pump on top of that, and then it pulls. But you see it's got like the little screw thing, and then you pump all the air out and you put that back on, and it's brilliant when it works. It starts. You can use a vacuum as well, but it's quite good if it's got the hand pump. So that's one size. Remember, you are getting all of these. You are getting 12. 4 of each. I'll work out which size is which in a moment, once I've got them all open. So that's the next one. Ooh. Yeah, come and hold a bag. That's the next one. And then this is the final one. Hannah, my glamorous assistant's coming in. Resplendent in her leopard blouse today. Would you like to see Hannah's new leopard print blouse? There we are. Look at that. Look at that. It's like joyful, isn't it?
Someone made it though. It's handmade.
Is it?
I brought it
No
in a charity
way.
shop, but definitely someone made it, and I didn't want to leave it if someone had made it.
That's lovely, isn't it?
I thought it was cute. You know,
It
when
is-
someone's put work in.
Yes,
something.
I'm pleased with you. Pleased with you. There we go. So that's the really big one.
Oh, so you've got more than enough.
Yeah.
A bit like a.
Yeah, so that's the next one. So if you hold it up a bit higher. So look, you see like that one's a bit bigger. And then that's that one. So there's your 3 different sizes. Not very easy to see when they're clear.
Christmas fabric.
Christmas fabric,
Putting
yes.
it away for when you're ready to make.
Or Christmas presents
Yeah.
that you've bought.
Or
and
made.
Or
Keep
made.
them dust free.
And are trying to hide.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So you get 12 of those. So those are all the different sizes. So you can get a lot in there, which is fab. And because it has the pump, then if you do want to take it away on holiday, then you'll be able to get it all back in afterwards. So just £19.99 for all of those. And I think the more you can protect the items you bought, you spend a lot of money on all your fabric and your wadding, you may as well protect it. But very good at this time of year when you're sort of needing to swap one wardrobe over for the other as it's starting to vaguely warm up. £19.99 for all of those. Look, I've got so much here. I'll never get it back in the box. I'll just pop it down here for now. Right. Over half of the stock of those are gone. Now, we do have a pack. If you just want the large ones, so that bigger one that I showed you, these are the jumbo ones. 12 of those. So if you just want the jumbo ones, you don't want the different sizes, we're going to reduce that one as well. £19.99, 12 of the jumbo ones. Good for towels as well, or bedding. So if you have loads of towels and bedding that you keep because when you have people to stay, but you don't need the majority of the time, so you've washed it all, it's all lovely and clean, it all smells nice, and you want to keep it that way, pop it in one of these, you can get more in the cupboard, and also because you're not going to store bedding under the bed, it's going to get dusty, you'll have to wash it again. If you put it in one of these, you can. There we go. 12 of those, £19.99. There we go. Right, I'll let you check out on that one. Oh, let's do a loved but not forgotten fabric. Now, this one's lovely. So if you were with me in the last hour where we did those lovely little scissor needle cases, this has only been on air once before. I'm really surprised about that because it's beautiful. So this is So Wonderful by Paper and Cloth for Moda. How lovely is that? All the scissors you'll ever need. So you've got these beautiful gold scissors, you've got the little embroidery scissors, you've got buttons on here, and then you've got little running stitches. Only been on air once before. And it's lovely, isn't it? Perfect. And the problem is they go on the website, we don't find them easily because they're just one fabric, and then we forget to show them, and it's gorgeous. So any sewing theme makes you want to do, or dressmaking. If you want people to know how much you love sewing, little blouse, very nice. Little girl's dress would be nice in this, wouldn't it? If you want an excuse to spend all day in your pyjamas, make sewing themed pyjamas, and then they feel like real clothes, don't they? Justifiably real clothes. Nice for a lining of something, so machine cover. Gorgeous. And it's Moda, so you know it's quality. £7.49, half a metre. Remember, if you want more than a half metre, put that number of units in your basket and it will be sent as a whole cut piece. But what a lovely half metre fabric. Yeah, love. This is Hannah's Love But Not Forgotten. I like these mosaic-y prints, actually. I really like this one. They look sort of granny squarey. I mean, they're not. They're Riley Blake, Heart Song by Gabrielle Neal. But they look a bit tile, don't they? A bit granny square. I mean, then just because of the style of them. In fact, they're a bit like that Janie Crow blanket because you've got them joined together in places with the background. Are we going to reduce the price of that? No way. £6.49. That's really sweet. I mean, wouldn't that make a lovely cushion front? It's just classic. It's clean, beautiful, 100% cotton, quilting weight fabric, 44 inches, 112 centimetres width. That's what it looks like. That's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, I do like that. That's lovely. We've also got it in another colour. So if you love the fabric, but you would like it, two of them in different colours. So that's your pinky one, and this is more of your corally terracotta one. There we go. That's lovely, isn't it? I like that deep terracotta in the background. But, you know, if you're making matching items as well, it does feel very sewing themed, even though it's all crochet somehow. I don't know why, maybe it's just the squares. Lovely. Shall I hold it up so you can see? Look. Isn't that glorious? 44 inch, 112 centimetres width, quilting weight cotton, beautiful. Only £6.49, and it's Riley Blake. I like that. Tablecloth. Wouldn't that be nice as a tablecloth? I don't know why. Maybe it's the squares. It just feels tableclothy, doesn't it? Yeah, or a table runner on a dress, or yeah, it would look really lovely. Yeah, it's just got a real sort of homespun feel to it, hasn't it? Like that one. Oh, is this from the same? Well, it's the same colours. So if you love the colourway, this is actually from the same fabric range. Oh, look at that. You see, because if you see, look, the colours go. Beautiful. I mean, you could use this for a quilt backing, couldn't you? For a beach something. I love the seagulls. I think that's nice. You often see a lot of wash bags with birds on, don't you? Seaside. They don't know why. Don't know why, but you just do. Only £6.49. So it is from the same fabric range because it's the same colour. But I love the seagulls. And it's a really gentle, corally peach colour in the background with all the seagulls in black and white. And there's real movement there, isn't it? Actually quite nice for baby makes, isn't it? I think that'd be lovely on the back of a baby quilt. I don't know why. I think it's just because the colours are quite soft and gentle and it's got a lot of movement to it. It's beautiful fabric. Again, it's your quilting weight cotton, Riley Blake, only £6.49. That is lovely. I don't know how these have got forgotten. Loved, but not forgotten. Not anymore. Not anymore. And a little price reduction for you. Nice. Pins. Let's talk about pins. Let's talk about all the magic pins. Right, I'm going to get them all out, and then we'll go individually. So let's do a generic talk about magic pins. When we were talking about needles earlier, buying quality items makes a difference. A lot of our guest designers, in fact the majority of them, use these pins. And if you know they're using them, that's because they use them all the time. They're great. I love them. They are a quality pin. They have been designed specifically to do a specific job. So the different pins are different sizes for different jobs. They are super sharp and super smooth. They slide you through your fabric. They don't stick. They have longer ends so you can grip them, and they're slightly grooved so they're easier to hold on to, and you can also iron over them without melting, and they come in a little box so they keep them all safe. Now obviously, you know, when you buy something that's very specialist, you know, they cost more than your normal bog standard pin, but they will last. You will use them. You will find the difference when you put them through fabric. It doesn't mark it. Absolutely gorgeous. If you have any dexterity issues, because they have much bigger ends that have got the little grooves on them, they're much easier to hold. They're comfort grip. They're also easier to see, so that when they're in your fabric, you can find them a lot easier. They're much easier. I often use them for marking specific places because then I can see them. And they all come in their own little box as well. So let's start off with the normal quilting pins. So we have 2 packs. We've got 50 and 100. I'll start with 100. So these are your quilting. They are 0.6 mil diameter. So they are used for they're used for quilting. So I would use them for dressmaking as well. But you can use them for putting through quilts because they're quite long. You can see they will show you one pin here. They are 48 mils in length and we get 100. So we do have packs of 50, but obviously this is a more cost-efficient way of buying them. $19.99, but you get 100 of them and you will keep them. You will look after them, and there is a difference. When you come to, if you're layering a quilt and you're going through the layers, it will slip through the layers beautifully. But these are more of your you can use these for all sort of home sewing and dressmaking. So FIFO review from Margaret, best pins I have ever used, and I've ordered more. Margaret, you're absolutely right. Barbara says, this was a considered purchase, but my oh my, they are brilliant. I use them all the time. They are, Barbara. I remember when they first came out and I was thinking, why are these more expensive than other pins? But once you've used them, just treat yourself to one box. Start off with one and see what you think. We do have them in a 50 pack if you want to try them out before you commit. So I would say, so this is £12.99. So obviously they're a little bit more than half price. So obviously it's more cost effective to buy the 100. These are your sort of, you can use them for quilting, but because they're more standard, you can use them for dressmaking and home sewing makes as well. Have a go. See what you think. They are, honestly, they are beautiful to use. And because they're coloured and you can see the ends, you do pick them all up and you put them back in the little box. And like you see from those reviews, people say, you know, they are a considered purchase, but once you've got them, it's like, I will be keeping these forever. So those are your regular pins. And then we go more specific. So in the same way that you've got to use the right needles for the job, use the right pins for the job. So we'll do the patchwork pins next. We do those in 50. I'll start with 100. Now, these are slightly finer and slightly shorter than the quilting pins, because they are 0.5 mil diameter and they are 36 mil in length. They've got different coloured ends, which is brilliant, so that you remember which is which. So maybe if you're doing like, you're pinning together lots of smaller pieces, they're shorter so that you can sew together smaller pieces. I tell you what they're also good for is if you do sewing where you use curved seams. So maybe you're doing like a circular bottom on a bag or something. Because the pin's a bit shorter, you can get them all together a little bit closer. And if you're doing maybe half square triangles where you're pinning two pieces, because they're a bit shorter, then you can get them closer together. So if you're a big patch worker, I would get these. That's £19.99 for 100. So that's the more cost-effective way. What I find is people tend to buy the quilting pins and then they buy the others and then they've got all of them. Or if you're just a patch worker, start off with these. So that's 100, £19.99. And then if you want the 50, obviously the 50, they're a little bit more than half the price. It's £12.99. Just depends what you want to get. It is worth just treat yourself to one packet and see what you think and let me know. Because you guys, you're the ones who are our best reviewers. Put it on our FIFA reviews or let us know. What do you think? Have you bought these magic pens? What do you think about them? Because it's your reviews that recommend to us. Because it's always somebody saying to you, I use these all the time, they're brilliant. Then you think, oh, okay, I'll give it a go. So let me know what you think. So that is the quilting ones. Right, then I'm going to move on to the applique pins. These are the cutest. They have yellow handles. Now, these are 0.5 mil diameter. So they're the same diameter as the patchwork, but they're much shorter. They're 26 mil, so they're little ones. These are brilliant for applique. So when you want to pin little pieces on, but you don't want them to get in the way of your hand sewing needle, your machine needle, because you want to put lots. You can see like this picture here where you've got all of those little pins into a place. You need the short pins. Because they have got the comfort grim, normally with an applique pin that's shorter, they're quite hard to manoeuvre. But because it's got the little handles, it's brilliant. Ends, they're brilliant. And these are super fine, so 0.5 mil. In this box, there are 50. We don't do these in 100s, just 50 of these. Again, if you do a lot of small, also maybe you do, if you're doing like dressmaking where you're pinning on tiny sequins through the hole, or you're doing lace, or you're pinning very fine fabrics, these are ideal for those. Because also with the thicker ends, the bigger, chunkier ends, they're easier to find and to see. And again, they all come in the little storage case. So that's applique. And then the final one are the extra long. So these are really good for putting many layers of fabric together. So again, they're quite good for using if you are pinning quilts together. Many layers, or where you want to hold a longer piece together. So these are 0.6 mil diameter. So they're the same diameter as these pens, but whereas the regular quilting pins are 48 mils long, these are 56 mil. So they are really good for putting through many layers of fabric, or when you are marking specific places and you want to be able to see them. It just depends what you're doing and how you're doing, or maybe you prefer using longer pins. just because you could, if you're pinning like long lengths of fabric together and you want to pin a longer area or more layers, then you need the longer pin. So 50 in this one. I mean, obviously, if you can afford it, I'd get a packet of each, to be honest, because they are amazing. But have a go, see what you think. See what you think. Anyway, I'll leave with that. Right. It's in the thimble. I was like, oh, there it is. It's in the thimble. Of course it's in the thimble. I was like, where's that gone? So, in the big thimble, which we do have as well. Now, this is, if you weren't with me for the last hour, this is our hero of the day. This is our special offer. No idea why we've done this. This is the ultimate hand sewing needle bundle. 9 packets, but you get 2 free. Don't know which one, just randomly 2 free. Anyway, $11.99 instead of $14.99. These are all the hand sewing needles you'll ever need. You've got embroidery, beading, milliner's, leather, tapestry sharps, quilting chenille, and long darners. They all do very specific tasks and different needles for different jobs, and you will find it makes a difference to your sewing. They are John James needles, which is a factory based here in Redditch. So they are packaged, selected, and quality controlled here. They have been making needles for hundreds of years, so they know what they're doing. They are top quality needles. And needles are so inexpensive. When you look at the processes they go through, where they get the wire, they draw it to the length, they cut it, they sharpen it, they put the eyes in it. I mean, it's so labour intensive as far as all the different processes it goes through. They're so inexpensive, it really is worth your while buying decent quality if you're going to buy needles. But $11.99, we've never reduced this before. Don't know why. Don't know why we're reducing it, really, because I think $14.99 is a great price. But anyway, today and today only, we are reducing it. So hundreds and hundreds of these have gone. We have got a few left. The price will go back up to $14.99 at midnight if we've got any left. But if you've only ever got the sharps needles, because this is your basic needle you use for your general hemming hand sewing, and you've tried to do embroidery with them, or you use them for your EPP, use a different needle. If you're doing your EPP, use a milliner's. Or I mean, to be honest, I use that one. That is my go-to needle. If you want to sew little seed beads on or sequins, you'll need a beading needle. If you're sewing with vinyl, PU, you'll need a leather needle. Tapestry for all your cross stitch and embroidery. Quilting for hand quilting, and you might only do a little bit of hand quilting, but you need the short needle to get through the layers. If you're checking out on anything today, because this isn't, don't think this is just for people who do hand embroidery, hand sewing. Whatever, even if you're a machine sewer, you will need to sew a button on. You will need to sew a name tape on. You will need to do a bit, and to not have the right needle. I mean, things like the long darners, where you've got the extra length on those for sewing through thicker layers, or when you need to get through a lot of bulk. And you've got that packet in your set. It's brilliant. The chenille needle, maybe you're a knitter or a crocheter. You need these are the best things for sewing in your yarn ends, because you can pierce the stitches on the back. Well done if you've got them. Treat yourself to the top quality needles. They're lovely. Oh, so we haven't put the Sashko needles in here because they are very specialist. But if you're is that a word? A Shashkoa, then you need the Shashko needles. So these are specifically, they've got larger eyes. In fact, they've got gold-plated eyes, which helps them to slip through the fabric. They've got the slightly larger eyes so that the Sashko thread can go through them. And they're extra long as well. Because we do have also, if you love Sashko, we have the Sashko thread. This is your proper 100% cotton. It's exactly the right thickness that's needed. Sometimes, I mean, people do use stranded cotton. I'm just showing you one thing. They come as a whole strand. They're not divisible. But sometimes people use stranded cotton. But this is exactly the right thickness. This is the proper Sashko thread and the needles. And then we have the cards. Ooh, that's not open. Can I open it? I can open it gently. There we go. Maybe it was open. So these are created by Susan Briscoe, who is the expert on Sashiko. In here, you've got a little booklet all about patterns, techniques, and inspiration. So there's your how to Sashiko. So this is great if you're completely new to it. Even talks about the needles and the thread. And then in here are all the cards with all the different designs. I mean, this is a great price, $14.99. So it'll tell you how to do Sashiko. So if you've seen it before and thought, oh, I'd like to have a go at that, in the cards, there's all the different patterns. So you've got a picture on one side of, there's the Rymon pattern, the lightning spiral. And if I turn it over, it shows you the thread, the stitch direction. Look at all of these. So all of them, picture, tells you a bit of history about it, and then how to do it. So if you've ever done a bit of Sashiko or you'd like to, there is all the inspiration that you will ever need here. So treat yourself. I like that one. That's beautiful, isn't it? But because Sashiko is done in one whole movement, it gives you the thread direction, so you don't have to cut the thread. Even better. Get the needles, get the thread, and the pack of cards. Because Sashiko is all about decorating items to your own designs. So you could just lay out, you could just pick them out. I like that one. No, 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 no. I love that one. And then you can just choose, can't you? I mean, that's beautiful. They're lovely, lovely to put on jeans, because I've often done on denim, piece of clothing, or maybe a jacket, or maybe you've just got like a navy top that you quite like, that you just want to put a bit of decoration on. But even if you made like a plain wash bag or a little rucksack or something, you could do some of the Sashiko. But by having all of these little cards, it means you can use these. And it doesn't have to be navy with white thread. Look at this one. Isn't that lovely? With all the different colours. And again, how to do it. I mean, it says mark a grid, how to do it, mark diagonal lines. It tells you exactly, and the thread direction as well. But in here, the booklet goes through everything in detail about the tools you'll need, the thread, the needles, which are these, how to draw the pattern grids, how to sew, how to mark, and how to do the stitching. So it really is the ultimate, well, it's called, look, the ultimate Sashiko card deck, but it's also the ultimate guide as well. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. What lovely things we've had. So, got to get all this back in. Coming up in... Oh, I've forgotten to put that around. I'll do that in the break. Coming up in the next hour is me with Amber Makes and our brand new animal tote bag, something I wanted to do for a long time. There's a giraffe, an elephant and a cat. I'm going to show you how to make it. They're quite cool because the trunk and the tail go into the handle. But also, I've got a new way of doing a box corner, which is quite fun. I'm going to show you how to do that. I'll demonstrate that in the next hour. So don't go anywhere. Don't forget, all of the kits are already selling, and the matching charm squares. They're on the website, so you can check out in the break, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is our brand new design from Amber Makes. It's something that Amy and I have wanted to do for a while because we like a little bit of fun in our sewing, and came up with lots and lots of different animals, really hard to decide, but then we had to work out what would work so that the handle could go into the tail and everything. So I'm going to start off with the giraffe. I'll show you that the bags are all made in the same way, but they're just different designs. So the way it works is you've obviously got the animal printed on the front, and then with the giraffe, the handle, the neck is the handle. It's obviously got a very long neck. Third of the stock of this is gone before we've even come on air. So if you want this one, you might have to be quick. And then he goes down, and it's been designed and measured exactly so that it will flow exactly into the neck. And then his little head upside down. He's standing on a little bottom, like here. And then you've got the same design on the other side. Inside, that is, in fact, I'll turn it inside out, then you can see better. It's fully lined, because I do like a lined bag, with a matching print, with the same yellow spot. There's also a pocket now that can be a zip pocket or not. Half of the stock of this one's gone now. I will show you with the other one. You can either put a zip in here or not, depending on like zip. So there's all the pieces for your pocket. And then on that side, there's another little pocket that's just the giraffe head. Now, this is because I wanted it to be, the idea was like you could have it as a tote bag, you could take it shopping, you could take it to school, you take it to the office, take it to the beach. So I wanted a bit of depth in it, so it's got box corners. But I decided I'm a little bit bored with the box corners. And I also like to do with our kits, there's a little bit of learning in there as well. So you're learning new techniques so that you can then use those techniques for other makes as well. So it's got the same box bottom, but I've done it in such a way that you get this little nifty little triangle. And you get that same nifty triangle on the inside as well. It's just a little detail. It's not difficult. It's actually quite a simple way of box and corner, which doesn't involve any cutting or seam matching, but it looks just quite cool. So that is the giraffe. Shall I show you the kit? So in the kit, you get the full panel. Here's the giraffe. That's the wrong one. This is the panel. It's a big panel, by the way. It's very, very good value for money. I'm going to hold it up for you to start with. This panel is normally $19.99 without instructions. I'll show you the instructions in a minute. So here's the panel. So there you can see you've got the handles, you've got the giraffe head. There he is upside down. There's the outside. You've got all of the pieces, and then you've got the linings as well. It's dead easy to match up, and I will show you how when I do it. It's really easy. So it's a big panel. Everything is printed on there. So the handle, and otherwise, the only way that we could do this was by having it printed, because you're not going to get the handles to match the neck unless you've printed it on the same fabric. There's also there's a bonus giraffe that you can just use for whatever you want, because there was a space and we don't like wasting space. So there's a bonus giraffe that you can use for whatever you like. I mean, even if, like with the lining, you might say, well, actually, I'll use my own fabric for the lining. You could cut these pieces out and cut round them with just like a plain calico or something. You could then use these for another bag, or you could use them to make something else. But if you want the whole thing all matchy-matchy, then use the lining, but just saying that is extra. Now, you will also get the full instructions, which are here. All details, I've got all of the information, how you do it, seam allowances, you've got all of the photo walkthroughs. It comes with a full video tutorial. There's a QR code in here that you can scan with your phone, or the web link there takes you directly to our website where you can watch a tutorial and you can sew with me. So maybe you go, oh, I'd like to know how to do those corners, but I need to double check. I'm more of a visual learner. The way that the tutorials are filmed, they are split into bits, so you can just forward to the bits you want or go back. And then I go through the whole process in the video tutorial, from the pressing the fabric panel to you getting out of the kit to the very end, so you can sew along with me. So there's nothing too tricky in here. There is a zip in a zip pocket, but I go through that as well, but you don't have to put the zip in. You don't even need to put the pockets in if you don't want to. That's just, I like a pocket in a bag, and if I can fit on two, even better. So that's the giraffe one. Now, we did as well, because we love the giraffes, all of them. So we did create some charm squares, because I know how much you love the little charm squares. So this panel has got 40 5-inch squares, including gift tags and a row of giraffes. Use those for a handle, couldn't you? You could make, so you've got the giraffe rows upside down, you've got his head, you've got that lovely giraffe print, you've got spotty giraffe. So you could make some items to match this. If you bought the panel to make the bag and this, you could use, you could make another bag using this. You could use the line of giraffes to make a nice handle, wouldn't it? So you've got 40 5-inch squares on here, all in exactly the same print. So if you love giraffes, or use them for your own makes, you can make a wall hanging, anything that uses charm squares. simple as just cut out 9 of them in a square like this. That could be a cushion. Perfect. Just move a bit out of the way. There we go. So those are the charm squares, $14.99. Quarter of the stock of those have gone. So I'm just giving you stock warnings and updates as I go along. Right, let's do the cat next. See, it was very difficult choosing what to do. So this is the cat bag, because it has to be an animal that has a long something, like a trunk or a tail, that can go round. So the cat bag, now this is different on both sides, because Amy and I couldn't decide what colour cat, so I thought we'd have 2. So you've got a lovely ginger cat, and look, his tail goes all the way round and then loops round here. And because the print is exactly the same, then it looks like it's all joined on, doesn't it? And then there's the kitten. They're on a nice stripy background. And then on the other side, I like this one because you've got the 2 different cats. And then obviously you have different coloured handles. But it really does flow all the way round. And then on the inside, I'll turn it inside out so you can see, because it's easier to see like this. So with this one, obviously you've got this beautiful lining that's printed in the blue, the dark blue and light blue stripes, and then you've got the black and the ginger cats there. With this one, I did put a zip in the pocket, so you don't have to, but you can if you like. And then that's got in the pocket, you've got the cats just looking out at you. And then on that, and then I put the slip pocket on that side, just so you could put your keys or something. You could put like a little press fastener in there if you wanted to keep it secure in your bag, so that it's a bag that you can use for lots of things. Because I think if you've got a bag that's fully lined, it's got a couple of pockets, it's got nice long handles, you'll use it a lot. And again, it has those clever little corners. OMG, I need this giraffe bag from Mandy and Caphilly. Oh, thank you, Mandy. I know I do love the giraffe bag. It's so cute. Over half of the giraffe has gone, and over half of the cat has gone when you've all checked out. And remember, it comes with exactly the same instructions in the tutorial. I think I'm making the cat in the tutorial. It doesn't matter. They're all made in exactly the same way. But you'll get the full instructions with all the pictures, and you can sew along with me if you're new to sewing, or if there's a few pieces that you think, oh, I don't really understand that. Or you can just use the instructions on their own. But you will get the full colour A4 instructions as well as the panel. Let me show you the cat panel. In fact, I might do that I'll do that on here on the desk. Again, it's massive. So let me show you what you get on the panel. So there's the pocket. That's the front and the back of the pocket. Bonus cats, just to fill up the gap. I love the handles on this one. It's like you've got these 2 long furry handles. There's the front of the bag, the back of the bag, but it really is the only way that you can get the prints to match up. That's the zip pocket. Again, you don't have to put the pockets in. They are totally optional, and even in the instructions I say, if you don't want to put in the handles, just skip this step, because I know some people do, some people don't. There's the lining. Again, if you wanted to use your own lining, you could use these pieces to make the front and back of another bag. You could just use the same instructions. But I love the print with the stripes. But if you want it fully all singing, all dancing, all matching like I've done, look at his little nose. It's the sweetest thing, isn't it? And that one's going, where are you going? Where are you going? Lovely. We have thought, and we had a long list. I tell you what was on our list was flamingo, because it's got a lovely long neck. Love a flamingo. A fox. Fox would be nice because they've got lovely tails, haven't they? We had... Oh, a raccoon. What's got a long stripy tail? A ring-tailed lemur? Yes, that would be good. It's just trying to think of... It needs to have a nice tail or neck or trunk or something, doesn't it? But I did think... But the flamingo would be nice because he has got a lovely neck. Octopus, no, you'd have to have 8 handles then. Oh, you could do an octopus. That's true, actually. I remember I said to Amy, I think we need to do a cat, and after that you can choose. It was very difficult. A fox was very close, though. See, and dog, and I know a lot of you have mentioned on our Facebook page of the weekend, or how about a dog? The problem with dogs is that everyone wants a different breed, don't they? So we'd have to have like 20 of them. That was the difficult one. So that's the cats, and then we did obviously the charm squares to go with it. These are so cute. Look, gift tags. Look, you've got the row of cats across there, and then all of them. So you've got some on spots, you've got some on stripes, you've got like all of the cats together. I love that. Yeah, that's its cat passport photo, isn't it? It's very serious. Do not smile in your photo. But look, that one there, you've got the two kittens, the ginger and the black kitten together. Spotty one, little spotty one. I mean, and Amy has drawn these all herself. These are all hand-drawn by her. Then she transfers them onto the fabric. I mean, I think they are absolutely genius. Can you imagine if I'd drawn them? You've seen me drawing a flower earlier. But I just said, Amy, cats, maybe ginger, black, maybe. And look at that. I mean, they are. So these is, you know, all of the designs that we do on Amber Makes, they are completely exclusive to us. They are all original designs. And, you know, Amy has put a lot of time. She kept saying, I'm still on those cats. I'm going to get them right. They've got to be right. They've got to be right. I mean, I just love, like, even the gift tag. That's so cute, isn't it? Orangutans with long arms would be great. Teresa, that's a brilliant idea. Oh, I don't think we had orangutans on our list. Yes, that would be nice. Oh, orangutans would be lovely. Yeah, because of these great long arms. Because you need something where you can have the end of it goes over the other side. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Thank you, Teresa, for that. Any suggestions? But I love the little gift tag. I mean, you don't even need to use it for these projects. You could just keep that and put it on something else. There we go. Right, final bag design before you make your mind up is elephant. But it wasn't any old elephant. It's an elephant. It's an Indian elephant because you get a better strap. So this is a super decorated Indian elephant. It's even got little teardrops on the eyes. It's got all of the blanket on it. It's got like cuffs. It's all beautiful tail. Anyway, its trunk is all decorated, comes all the way around the top. And look, it's got water coming out of it because the Indian elephant is washing himself. He's going to get his rug ever so wet though, isn't he? And comes with the very own baby elephant. And it's quite nice with this one that we've been able to put this lovely Indian design across the bottom that goes into the base as well. And obviously you've got the same on the back, same elephant, but hasn't Amy done a brilliant job of this? And if you look at the background, it's like a pale teal with white, like in an Indian style pattern. So it looks beautiful with it. And let me show you the inside. So the inside, this is nice when you get it, when you get these fully lined like this. So the inside is the same design, but in a slightly deeper teal. And then the slip pocket, it's got his trunk coming out of there. And then the zip pocket, I've just done this one as an oak because you can put the zip in or not. If you look inside, you see you've got the little elephants. So it's all these little details. And look, let me just show you. And that's lovely, isn't it? Because even the inside front of the pocket is the same design as the handles. Collector from West Sussex is a dachshund with the body as a handle. Yes. Do you know, that actually was on the list because I did think about you could do like a lead. So I did think about that. But dogs are always a problem because people... Whereas people are like all cats or they're just different colours, dogs are very more specific. But I did consider that, so maybe we will do those, you never know. But that's lovely, isn't it? So that's the elephant one. Morning, Rebecca and team, another great collection Amber makes. I think a chameleon would be amazing. Joanne in Pembrokeshire. Oh, it would. You could have its tongue. Are they the ones that have really long tongues? Chameleons. Or maybe that would be a bit much, actually. A chameleon would be nice, the chameleon's tail. Yeah, maybe the tongue would be... I don't think it is chameleons. What is it that have those long tongues and they collect flies with them? That would be weird though. You'd have this, yeah, that wouldn't be very nice. I love, yeah, I don't think we'll do the tongue, but the chameleon's a great idea. But I love that. And it's the sort of thing that when you're carrying it and people go, oh wow, that's the trunk, isn't it? How cool. And obviously this one comes with full instructions because it's the same kit, and it comes with the video tutorial where you can sew along with me. Message from Jane. I love the elephants. I get all your elephant and bee designs. Keep them coming, Rebecca. Love, Jane. Oh, thank you, Jane. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled. I don't think we could do a bee. I don't think I'll have anything that would go around it. But I know, I think Amy has done a fantastic job with them because I love this print along the bottom. It gives it such an amazing coordinated look, doesn't it? Right. Yeah, Hannah came up with spaghetti and meatballs. Hannah, that's not the point. We're doing animals, not food. Spaghetti and meatballs. Interesting. Right, this is the panel. So you can see how it looks with bonus elephants, obviously. So there's the bag, there's the front, there's the back, there's the pocket, the slip pocket front, the slip pocket back. That's the zip pocket front, the zip pocket back. There's the lining. So again, you know, if you bought the charm squares with this, you could make another bag. Obviously, you won't get the elephant going around the tail, but around the trunk and everything, around the handle. But, you know, if you want it fully coordinated and glorious as mine, yes? Oh, yes, sorry, you're on charm squares. Sorry. No, we're still on this panel. There we go. $22.99. I mean, I think $22.99, when you think this bag is fully lined, massive panel, you've got two pockets, you've got the handles, you get the tutorial, you get the instructions. I think it's great value. Charm squares, Hannah. Right, there's the charm squares. So you get the line of elephants, you get the gift tags, just because with little space, may as well. Wasn't big enough to put another set of charm squares in, but it's just big enough for a gift tag. These are lovely because you've got the elephants, but you've also got this print, the one that features on the handles and on the inside of the pocket. But then you've got a bit of the Indian print that's on the bottom of the bag. So, you know, you don't have to get it to go with the bag. It's just an extra little thing if you love the prints. And they are gorgeous. I love these shades of teals and fuchsias. That's a nice one, isn't it? Quite like that one. That's really nice. So that's the charm squares. Now, I've got a couple of things. Now, I have put wadding into this only because I know a lot of you like using wadding in your bag. You would need 1/2 metre. I haven't put wadding in any of my bags. And the reason I haven't is because it's lined, so it's got quite a lot of body already. But you could easily put wadding in it and quilt it. And I do mention in the instructions about that. But that's up to you. So if you do want to, you'll need 1/2 metre. But it's only if you want it to have more structure. I say you can see with this, I haven't, because I think with the lining, it gives it more body. But if you want the wadding and you could then quilt it, you could quilt around all of the animals, then that's quite nice to give it a little bit more structure, but you don't have to. And then the other thing I've put in here are the zips, because I know zips are really hard to get hold of. So you need, let me just see what the measurement was. Yeah, so you need a 23 centimetre 9-inch zip. So any of these, minimum, because I always like to have my zips longer. So any of these zips will be fine if the zip goes in the zip pocket. So if you choose to make it as a zip pocket, I'll show you on the cat, that's where the zip goes. So obviously it's not an integral part of the bag. But if you want to have a zip, now I say in the instructions, always use a zip longer than you need. So these are perfect. They're a little bit longer. It's so much easier to put a zip in. You don't have to, but if you want to, there we go. So the teal one I thought would be perfect for the elephant. There we go, $1.99. That's number 3, which means it has 3mm wide teeth. It's a closed end nylon zip, which is perfect for this. Pink would be nice for the elephant as well. Pink. and purple. Purple you could use, well, you could use for any of them. Elephant, couldn't really decide. Elephant would be good. Or, but you know, even with the cats, you could use this one, couldn't you? I always think put a different coloured zip in. Just gives it a bit of fun. If you're going to spend time sewing a zip in, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. I've put a cream one in. That would go with any of them, really, wouldn't it? You could put that whichever one you liked for cream. 179, because that one's a little bit shorter. It's still long enough, though. It's still long enough, but it's just a bit shorter than the other, so it's only 179. So cream would go with any of them. And then finally, black, which, again, will go with any of them. Just depends what colour you fancy. Again, that's a 24 centimetres, so it's more than long enough. But I didn't have all of them in 24 centimetres, so that's why I've got those. But if you do want the zip, then that is the right size and width and everything to go with it. Right, before I go over to demo, I'm just going to recap the bags again. So let's go giraffe. Giraffe. Look at him. When everyone's checked out, there are fewer than 20. But it's the sort of thing where everyone goes, is that, what? Oh, it's a giraffe. Because of his head. I like the fact he's upside down. There we go. Yeah, you could, yes, Hannah's going to embroider leaves into his mouth. That would be even funnier, wouldn't it? So if you wanted to quilt it, you could, because you could just quilt around here. I like this yellow spotty background. Anyway, fewer than 20 of those left. Right, that's giraffe. Cat. Cat, remember the cat is the only one that's two-sided because we couldn't decide what cat colour we liked. Whereas giraffes only come in one colour, so we had to go, sadly. If only giraffes came in more than one colour, we could have had a different one on the front and back. So ginger on one side, grey, I think it's called grey tabby, isn't it? I think it's grey tabby. Loads and loads if you got that one in baskets. Now, I am going to do a demo because I'm going to show you certain parts of it, but don't worry, there is a full video tutorial where, honestly, I film every single bit and talk you through it, and you can just follow, watch it, pause it, stop it, follow it, sew with me, and then you can make your own bag. So if you're new to sewing or you've done a little bit of sewing, you think, I really want to make that, then give it a go because, you know, you can sew along with me. And then finally, elephants. There we go. Finally, elephants. All the kits are $22.99. You get the whole panel, all the instructions, and access to the tutorial as well. There we are. Right, should we go and do some demo now? I'll just go and become a guest. Da, 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 look at that, it's me again. Welcome to the guest today. I know, it's really funny, isn't it? It's me again. It's me again. Right. So what I'm going to do is, oh no, that's the wrong bit. I've got to find the right bits. I did pin them all together so I didn't get myself too confused because it's easily done. So what you do to start with is get your panel and cut all the pieces out. Now above the pieces are labels on the panels, and they tell you what each piece is. So it says all of this in the instructions, but do pin the label to the piece. Although you think you'll remember, and sometimes it doesn't matter, or it's really obvious which piece is which, it just helps if you always cut the label out and pin it to the top of the right side, then you'll know which is which. I mean, obviously for this, the front and the back is the same, but I would just get into that habit, then it's easier. So first of all, we're going to create the bag outer, and this is where I'm going to show you that cool corner. So you take the front outer and the back outer, which are exactly the same, and you pin them together. But unlike, this is where the different box corner comes in. And you know, there's no reason for this other than I liked it, and I just thought it'd be nice and you could learn a different sort. So all you're going to do to start off with is pin it together across the bottom edge. So place it right sides facing, and then just move it around to make sure they are exactly the same size, but make sure you've got the side and the bottom raw edges, and then just double check that you've actually got the bottoms, because it's really annoying when you sew the top to the bottom by accident. You can tell I did that. Then I'm going to pin it together. Just make sure the raw edges are matching all the way along the edge, and now I'm going to sew it together. So seam allowances and everything are included. Make sure you use the correct seam allowance. With this machine, I'm going to say this because I have this is the machine that I have at home. This one belongs to Sewing Street, but I do have one at home. I always use the HP plate, which means high performance, because it has a special foot for the HP, which is 1/4 of an inch wide. And sometimes, you know, when you buy these different machines, everyone has a feature they love the most. I love the HP foot because it means you can go really fast when you're straight stitching. Oh, is it a discount? It should be £1,999. How much is it today? £1,799. Honestly, worth every penny. So with a normal foot, you have to start a little bit forward because it pulls the fabric into the throat of the machine. With the HP foot and the HP plate, you can start right at the end. And for me, that is brilliant because it doesn't pull it in. No idea why, it just doesn't. But also the HP foot, because you have to use the right foot if you're using this high performance plate. The difference is that with a normal plate, there's a groove that's about 5 or 7 millimeters long so that you can do the whole zigzag stitch. With this plate, it's only got the one hole, so you can only do the straight stitch. That's why the fabric doesn't pull inside, and that's why you can go really fast. But it comes with 3 plates, this machine, so that you can do your normal sewing, you can do all your zigzag and your fancy stitches, but you simply swap the plates over for when you're doing just straight stitching, and this is the one I use all the time. But that little hole that's in the plate means that fabric doesn't get pulled inside. That makes quite a difference to me. And then when you want to change the plate, you see, you just press that button. There you go. No screws. And then you just pop it back in. And it has 3 plates. The high performance one, the standard one, and then the one that you, the special foot plate as well. Right, when you've done that, press it. Please, please, please press all your seams when you've done them. If you look at this fabric now, it's slightly rippled because the needle and the thread has gone through the fabric and the fabric's gone, oh, what are you doing to me? It disturbs it. So if you give it a press, if you turn your iron on first, it really helps. Luckily, the Eliso iron heats up very quickly. I know because I've got one. I know I do have all of these things. Now, there are more people who've got the giraffe in their baskets than we've actually got. You're having a giraffe. So there we go. We're only doing the bottom. So now if we were doing normal box corners, we'd be doing all of it, but we're only going to do the bottom. So I've given it a nice little press now. Now, you need a ruler and a pen. You can use a tape measure and a pen or pencil and join up the lines. If you've got a rotary cutting ruler, use one of those. You need a friction. Well, I haven't got a clippy one, unfortunately. I've got a standard one because I didn't have a clippy one at home. And wish I had one because I put the lid wasn't on. Now, if you've got a rotary cutting ruler, then easy peasy because you can just draw one straight line. If you don't, just get a tape measure and you mark a distance, which is all listed in the instructions, from the seam upwards. So if you've got a tape measure, mark it in several places and then draw a line between them. If you've got a rotary cutting ruler, even better because you can just draw the line on. And this is why I love a friction pen. There we go. And then I'm going to draw it on the other side as well. So you're on the wrong side. Now, the distance that this line is from the seam allowance will set how big your box corner is. And all of that is in the instructions. So once you've drawn your 2 lines, like so, then take, it doesn't matter which side, because they're the same. So I'm going to take, I don't know which one it is, front or the back. And then you've got to place it, so you see it's going to be right sides together along that line. You just have to trust me on this. I know it seems a bit weird. Why am I doing that? Just trust me on that. So make sure the sides match up and make sure that line is on the edge, like that. And then to hold that little crease. When I found this technique, because I was trying to find something. When I saw how it worked, I thought, oh, this is fantastic. Why don't I do this all the time? So you just press it along that crease. I'm being careful not to press here, otherwise I'll lose that line. But you can always draw it back in. Then take the other side and do exactly the same thing. So fold it together so it's right sides facing and that you've got that line right on the edge. If you line up the sides on the line, then you can get it between the two. When you do that, now that I've done my 2 creases, I'm now going to press this seam open because this is the bottom seam, and if you press it open at this stage, it just makes the bottom of your bag a bit neater. There we go. So now I've got that's pressed open, I've got that seam and that seam. So what I'm going to do now is take the 2 seams, so see that press one and that press one, and I'm going to put them together. When you put them together like that, the bottom seam that you sewed is between them and below them. Now, in the tutorial, I show all of this, because when you try and explain it in words, it's sometimes might not be as easy to understand. So you're making like a little concertina, but because you press them, it's really easy to get them to match up. So press them and pin, and then pin it down the sides. I would say for some of them where they have the base on, if you want it to be really neat and that's different colour base, then match that up. And the best way to do that is match them up as best you can see better, best you can, and then pop a pin through because you can see where it is, and then make sure it comes through to the coloured line on there. If you do that, then you can be sure they'll match up, and you just get a more seamless finish around. And then pop a pin at this end, and then put one in the centre. Turn it round. I'm going to pin this side before I sew it all together. And then match up again. It's exactly the same at the other side. You've got the pressed open seam in the middle, and you've got those creases matching up. So by measuring and marking and pressing those creases beforehand, it makes this stage a lot easier. I pin it together at the top. And then if you want to be absolutely certain, another way of doing this is just to roll them together. So match them up like that and roll them. I mean, it doesn't matter if they don't match up perfectly. That's just an extra little finishing thingy, isn't it? Right, just quickly pin along there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew these side seams. So I'm going to, from the top all the way to the bottom, and then do the same on the other side. Again, make sure you're using your correct seam allowance. Do a reverse stitch at the top and then stitch all the way down, removing the pins as you go. When you get to the bottom, obviously you'll be sewing through 4 layers of fabric, so which is fine. Your machine will get through, but just go a bit slower. Because I think the worst thing for a machine is that when you go from like 2 layers to 4 layers, if you go really fast swapping from one level to another, it sometimes sends the needle off a bit, and that's when it will break. So with this one, I'm going to start at the other end, reverse stitch to start with. So it's really easy, isn't it? I think, honestly, I know you have to press it. I think this is easier and quicker than normal box corners. And also, it's a technique that you can use for anything. You can use for other items. And the distance that you press that bottom seam to sets the size of the box corner. Right, so we've now sewn it together down the side seams. To make it neater and easier when you're joining the lining to the front, if you press these seams open and flat now, it's easier before you do anything else. And you'll be able to get most of the way to the bottom. But it's this section here, and we've already pressed the bottom seam open. And doing it before you join it all together is a lot easier, because trying to press that bottom seam open after you've done this is really difficult. So just press that seam open And you can press it all the way to the bottom as well. Obviously, it's a bit trickier in this section, but it's worth doing because it will give it a neat to finish. Now, look at this. This is magic. Magic. So when I now turn this right sides out, look, I've got that little flappy triangle thing there. How cool is that? So what I would say at this stage is, look, so you've got, it's like, I don't know, I've tried to work out how it works. So it's all attached. It's not just attached there, it's attached down the side. But you've got those little flaps there. Just press that. And then take the, which one didn't I press? Take the other side. If you even it out and press it at this stage, it's just a bit easier. And then what I would do at this stage is, because when you press those open, now those seams sort of pressing inwards, which isn't how you want your box bottom. You want the seam to be on the edge. So if you just take each of those points and pull them together like this. Hang on, let me move my machine a bit. There we go. If you pull them a bit and make sure that's lying nice and flat. Now give that a press. Doing this before you put the lining in makes it a lot easier. And then take the other side, because the point of a box bottom is that it needs to sit as a rectangular piece underneath. So give that a nice little press. And then you'll see that the bottom now is like the rectangular shape, because you've pressed it across the sides as well. It will sit up and flatter. So now you've got your bag outer finished. You've got those nice little triangular things. And it's just, I mean, it does exactly the same as any other box corner, but I think it's just a bit niftier. It's nifty. I like the word nifty. Right. So what, I'm trying to look at the time. The giraffe is the most popular, surprisingly. How much time have I got? Right, well, I was going to put the pockets in or not. No, well, I can do that later if I've got time, because I just want to see how much time I've got. Now, what I've done is, so there's the outer. I have made the lining in advance. The only difference in the lining to the outer, exactly the same, but what you do is you leave a gap in the bottom. So when you sew that bottom seam, you leave a gap unstitched, but other than that, it's done in exactly the same way. Obviously, if you're going to add pockets, do that before you construct the lining. So like with the elephant one here, I've got all the bits. Make sure that you sew the pockets so you make the slip pocket. So if you're going to do the pockets, do them at this stage. You make your slip pocket, which is just the front of the slip pocket and the back of the slip pocket, and then you sew it to one of the linings, and all the measurements for the positioning of it are all listed quite clearly in the instructions. If you want to add the zip pocket, and to be honest, you know, if you're new to doing zips, you're not sure, this is a really good place to practice. It's not in the back of your dress or down the side of your new skirt, it's in the inside of a bag. So if you want to do the zip pocket, then that's put into the other lining piece. And again, it's all in the instructions and in the tutorial. And you use these two pieces to do it and the zip. So worth doing, because if you're going to take the time to make a bag, it's quite nice to have a zip in it and a little pocket. Anyway, you do that in the same way. Now, I've made the handles in advance. So this is what the handles look like. You just sew the pieces of fabric right sides facing into a tube. Turn it right sides out and then top stitch. Now you can use a matching thread for this, or you could use a contrast thread. I've tried to use a thread that matches the handle quite well, because I didn't really want the top stitching to stand out. But if you do it, it does make the handle lie flatter. But I wanted it to sort of blend in. Now this is where it's really easy to get the handle right. All you've got to do is make the handle face a little bit above, about ½ an inch above the bag. And the reason for that is, when you've got a handle, if I put the handle right on the edge of the bag and sew it with a ¼ inch seam allowance, that's all the fabric that's there. So if I'm carrying a lot in here, the constant pulling of that will just take the fabric fibres out, and then it might fray all the way down and come out. So if you just take the time to measure and I've done, I think, 1/2 inch above. So all you've got to do is make sure that handle is sitting on there. You're not trying to look inside or outside, just make sure that the edge of your print handle, whether you're doing cats, elephants or giraffes, matches up with the edge of the print on here, and then pin it into place. And then make sure it stays straight. You can measure if you want from here, or you can just look and make sure it's staying straight with the body, and pin it a bit further down. And then take the handle and run it through your fingers so you make sure it's not twisted, and put the other end on the other side that it needs to match up. So if it's the cat, you match it up with the other end of its tail. If it's the elephant, you're matching it up with the end of its trunk. But because they're printed on here, it's really easy to see where to match it up. So I'm just going to match him. You can measure that and make sure it's 1/2 inch, or you can just guess it. It just needs to be above. So like with the giraffe, he's got to match up with this side of his neck because that's the mane. Giraffes have manes. The furry bit on a giraffe. And then pin it into place here, and then pin it into place. Just make sure it's staying straight, because what happens if you don't do that is the handle can slightly shift a bit. Don't feel that's exactly right. It can shift a bit sometimes as you're sewing the lining to the front. So pop that one in, and then you get the handle on the other side. So the good thing about this, that you're not having to measure anything from the side seams, because everything is already matched up already. Because you've got the prints. It's almost like the prints are showing you. Right, I'll just very quickly, and then do make sure it's really annoying when you when you get your handle twisted. So just make sure, and then pin that one on. So what I would do now is tack it. Because again, if you just use the pins, because in a minute we're going to put the lining on, it starts shifting. So set your machine to its longest stitch length. On this one it's a 5. And then just tack, start a little bit, about 1/4 inch away from the handle. Don't reverse stitch, because, well, with this first row of tacking, you won't take it out, because if you do it 1/8 inch from the edge, it will be within the seam allowance, you don't need to take it out. With the second row, which is just the stabilising row, don't reverse stitch, because you are going to take this out. Also, it leaves the reverse, by not reversing stitch, it leaves less marks on the fabric. So just do that to all of these. And the time it takes to actually tack a seam into place, particularly on the machine, is very little, but it will save unpicking, marking, and general sewing frustration. Because, you know, when you're turning it right sides out, you could keep, and I've done it before, you could keep the pins in rather than tacking it. But I always find when I do that, I scratch my hands when I'm trying to turn it right sides out. And honestly, if you're there anyway, tacking the top end, why not tack that bit? And I think sometimes, you know, well, I can be quite a bit lazy and think, oh, I'll just get around that, I'll get around that. But you know that you'll end up spending longer having to move it. See, I now know that my handles are going to stay straight. They're not going to shift, just for the sake of a few tacking stitches. So now that's done, if you do set your machine to a longer stitch length, put it back again, because I often forget. And then on the next seam, I'm working on an extra long one. So I've made the lining in advance. Pop the outer inside the lining and make sure those handles are facing downwards so they don't get caught in this seam. And then all you have to do is match up the side seams. If you've pressed those open in advance, it's easier. So make sure they match up exactly. Again, you can do the either rolling one seam onto the other, or you can do the pin through them to make sure they're matching up. Pin it at the side seams, that anchors them in the right positions, and then go all the way round and pin it on the other side seam. I didn't press my lining seams open, I should have done. But you won't make that mistake, you'll do it properly. Yeah, and using your nice long magic pins for this would be even better. And then so you can see, now I'm going to pin it together between, but you can see the ends of those handles are sticking up, and that's what they're supposed to be doing because that's how we want it. Right, so I'm just going to pin it all the way around because there is a little trick I want to show you in a moment. Another little trick. Right, I've got this. I'm going to do this in 2 minutes so I can show you my other little trick, which is in the tutorial as well. So don't worry that I'm not showing, because the whole zip insertion is in the tutorial as well. It doesn't matter where you start because we're going to be working all the way around. You don't need to reverse stitch to start because we will overlap this beginning seam. So I'm going to really quickly sew all the way around here. Make sure you stick to the correct seam allowance. Slow down a bit when you hit the handles because you're going through extra layers, and sewing machines, however brilliant they are, don't like changing fabric thicknesses at speed. You don't have to go really slow, but just slow it down a bit. Oh, that didn't like something, did it? Hang on. Yes, it didn't like. What did I do to that? Oh yes, I think the bobbin, to be honest, I think the bobbin thread is sticking up a bit. That was a little bit upset, wasn't it? I regularly upset my machine. Regularly. There we go. It's happier now. To be honest, I think the problem is that the other end of the bobbin thread, you know when you wind up your bobbin, if you don't have the beginning end tucked in, if it's sticking up, it sometimes gets caught in the top thread. So I should have just trimmed that, but there we are. Anyway, easily solved. That's fine. It's good when I use the machine on here that I've actually got at home because I know what its little idiosyncrasies are. Right, now I've gone all the way round, I can show you my other little thing, a little top tip, and then you can reverse stitch on top of that seam to finish. So what you need to do now is pull the two apart, and at this stage do take the time, which I'm not going to press this seam open. This seam is going to be at the top of the bag, and to make sure it sits beautifully on top of the bag like this one, that's that seam there. If you press that open, it will make it easier. Now, I like my lining to stay inside my bag. So this one is anchored on the inside so it doesn't come up. And I worked out a way to do this because I've shown you before how to do it with your other box corner. So before you do anything else, just open these out so you've got that end that's nice and flat, and you've got that end that's nice and flat. And then just fold it so they meet like that. So you've got the outer and the lining like this together, and then match them up like so on that end, and then I'm going to sew it together. I'll show you on here just a little bit, so just above where the layers are to the bottom, but within the seam allowance. Don't stitch on top of the sewing. This is an anchoring stitch. It's not anything that will be part of the seam. You don't want these stitches to be seen, so just sew within the seam allowance. And then this will just hold the bottom in place, and it just gives you a neater finish. Repeat that on the other side. When you do yours, please do pin it. I'm just doing it quickly. So but make sure, just do it like 1/8 of an inch from the raw edge. And you only need to do it. It doesn't matter how far up you do it, but you only need to do it at the bottom. So now you can see that they're joined together. If we now turn it right sides out, obviously the next thing to do before you go all the way is to sew that turning gap closed. I would just pin it together and top stitch across. Once you've done that, I'll show you now if I turn the whole bag right sides out. You can see now that this, it's hard to see, this is anchored inside there so that the lining doesn't pull out. And that little bit of stitching will just hold it inside. And then to finish off, it's as simple as press that seam and remove the tacking stitches. And let me just show you on this one, because I want, and then top stitch around the top, but because I wanted to have this almost seamless join of the handles flowing into the neck, is when I top stitch across, you can top stitch all the way around if you find that easier, but I stopped and started so that I didn't top stitch across here, purely because it keeps that flow. But you can if you like. And that's it, that's done. There we go. Right. So let's recap the giraffe. There are loads of more of you got this in your basket than we've actually got. If you want it, you need to check out. It will come with the complete panel, which I'm not going to unwrap, and full instructions. Question from Mac. Right, so he said, the method is genius. Will it work if you're using wadding? Yes, 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 it will. Obviously, it'll just be a bit thicker, so a little bit slower. But yes, it will definitely work. It's just obviously thicker. That's all. Right, we're on single figures on this bundle. You get the full panel. I'm not going to open it all out because Dan has beautifully folded it all up. And you get the instructions and you get access to the tutorial. But yes, the box bottom will work the wadding. There will be people missing out if you all check out. So if you want this, there's over 40 of you who are going to miss out. So you do need to check out very quickly. That's giraffe. Cats. Pussycats. Pussycats, next most popular. Ginger cat. And you get both cats. You get Ginger Pussycat, and you get, I think it's called Grey Tabby, I think. I'm sure that's what it's called. None of these are wadded just because I didn't really want to. I thought the lining was enough, to be fair. But whenever I don't wad something, I know a lot of you say to me, I want to add wadding. When do I do that? Where do I do that? So you can. And you can still do all of this method. It'll just be a little bit bulkier to sew through, but wadding is always fine to sew through, just a bit slower. That's the pussycat. And obviously with the pussycat, you will get the full panel. And look, it's got my favourite lining, this one, because I love the stripes. And I like the pocket with the cat's face on. So there's the pussycat. Full instructions tutorial. And then finally, the elephant. If you love an elephant, you love an Indian elephant. There's the panel. Got everything you need on it. Elephants, patterns, stripes, and full instructions. Again, and that will be linked to the tutorial. And then if you like the designs and you just want the charm squares, or you want those in addition to giraffe charm squares, each of these have 45-inch squares. You have to say it like that because otherwise it sounds like 45-inch squares. 40 5-inch squares, 5-inch squares. They look like that. For all of your giraffe theme makes. Love him. If you want a few Jeffreys, every giraffe is called Jeffrey or Geraldine. If you want some pussycats or cussy-pats, cussy-pats, I like them along the top. Look at them. They're like marching. I love the way that cat is almost glaring, isn't it? And that cats look like that. They always look at you with such disdain, don't they? Like, oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'm in charge. I'm in charge. Because cats are in charge, aren't they? Gorgeous. And then finally, we have elephants. I know loads of you collect elephants, so this is to add to your elephant theme makes. We've got little elephants, big elephants, lots of elephants, Indian elephant designs, and a whole row of elephants, all trumpeting across the top. There we go. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour and a bit. Sorry we've gone over a little bit. I'll see you back here in a few minutes. Oh, and we've got best press, in all of the colours and the smells and the sizes. Amazing. Well, they're not colours, but smells. Lots of beautiful bag making accessories and ripstop. Love a bit of ripstop. If you want to use a different lining for these bags and want a waterproof one, got matching ripstop in the next hour. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. Thank you for joining me for this one.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, we've got lovely things in this hour, all the things I like. And we're going to start off with the Best Press. So, I love Best Press. I use it all the time. Now, these have only just been booked into the warehouse, so they sold out. So I haven't actually got the products here, but I wanted to give them to you. So we're going to show you pictures instead, because they've only just been booked in. This is brand new for us, because I discovered that you could get Best Press in different scents and different sizes. And then Barry from Buying, he discovered all the different scents and went, can you believe we can get these? So that was it. I said, can we have all of them? All of them, in all the colours and the sizes and everything. So Best Press, before we start, is a fantastic product. It's something that I and many of the guest designers recommend. It's a synthetic starch. So when you're using any fabric, like a particular quilting weight cotton, to give it a little bit of crispness and body and stop it moving, and that is particularly important when you're cutting on diagonally on the bias. It stops it stretching out of shape. You give it a quick spritz with the Best Press and you press it, and your fabric then has an extra crispness and body. It makes it easier, it's less likely to fray, it's crisper to cut, it's neater to sew, and it less distorts. When you wash it, it simply washes out. So why I say it's synthetic starch, that's important, because the old-fashioned starch they used to use for like collars and cuffs and stuff, it can leave a bit of residue and is very, very stiff, which is what the point of it. This just makes your sewing easier. It doesn't gum up your needle, it doesn't gum up your iron, but what it does do is smell, for these centre ones, amazing. I mean, I often use it when I'm ironing shirts and blouses and things as well, because it adds crispness to your washing. So this is the first one. Now, this is there are two sizes of the bottle, normal, which we always used to have, and large. And this is the normal. No, this is the large, 16.9 OTS. Right, so this is the large one, 499 mils in Cherry Blossom. And, you know, obviously the scent makes no difference to the finished item, but it is lovely when you're ironing and pressing. It doesn't change the colour, doesn't make anything, they're clear, they just have the scent. But it does mean that while you're sewing, your room smells of sewing. Actually, it makes your ironing board smell of it as well, and it's so lovely. Cherry Blossom. Now, ours is $11.99. So, I used to buy this on the Long River because we didn't sell the big bottles and I get through so much of it. So when we got it, I went, wow, we're cheaper. We're cheaper. Because the smaller bottles, I got through too fast, because it depends. You might only use a little bit of it. If you do a lot of sewing, you'll use more. Very frustrating when you run out. So we couldn't even get any brought up to the studio because it's just been booked in, but it is available. Cherry Blossom. Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. So you've just got to choose your scent and your size. I knew that's going to be difficult. So that's your Cherry Blossom. Right. Linen Fresh. Beautiful scent of fresh linen. That, again, same size. It's not aerosol or anything. You can see from that if you've never used it. It's just a trigger action pump. All you do is, if you haven't used it for a little bit, you squeeze it 2 or 3 times. That pumps it into the top, and it leaves a very fine spray. But I spray all of my fabric before I cut it. You just get into the habit of it. You know when you've got a fat quarter or a pre-cut folded press piece of fabric, like a fat quarter, getting the creases out is almost impossible, even with water and steam. Put Best Press on, brilliant. Worked really well. So this is Linen Fresh. And this one comes with this spray trigger action on top. It's 500 ml. So it's twice the size of the normal bottles that we have sold. No, the smaller ones. Oh. Yes, yeah. Okay. Right, okay, I am confused then. Sorry, I thought this was the bigger one. This is the normal size one. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, so this is the normal size. Right, got it. Okay, so this is the Linen Fresh. Right. So this is the normal size we sell. I couldn't remember the one that I get, what the size is. So this is our normal size in linen fresh. So this has the lovely scent of linen. 500 ml, basically. Right, $11.99, great price. Now, we do have refills for these. Right, that's what I'm talking about, is double the size, yes. That's the one that I buy. Now, right, now I've got it now. So these are the ones that I buy but now I can buy them from us because I had to buy them. These only come as refills, but the amazing thing is that spray fits the little ones and the big ones. So if you've got a little one, then you can buy the big one. You don't need a different spray, which is a different liddy thing because the tops of them are exactly the same size. So these are the ones, when you buy the refill, you won't get a spray. So you've got to have had a little one to get the trigger action top. But if you do a lot of sewing, a lot of press lines, you get through a lot of it, it is worth getting this size because it's double the size, but it's not double the price. $21.99 for double the size. And you're saving money doing that as well. And that's basically a litre. And it's lovely when you've got a new one as well, because you think, oh, I could use it all the time. So I tend to buy one when I get about 3/4 of the way through that one, because I hate not having it. But I can get it from us now. Yeah, and cheaper, even better. So that's the large size. Right, lavender. This is the small, well, the regular. Let's say regular rather than small. Oh, there is a small. I've never seen the smaller one. Oh, I've not seen a smaller one than that. This is our regular one, 1/2 litre. This comes with the trigger action, pump action free spray. This is the one that I use. I love that one. It smells amazing. This is the one I use on my own washing and ironing. But only for shirts, you know, when you want it to be a little bit crisp, but you don't want to be starched. It is lovely for that. Obviously, you'll probably use it mainly for your spraying, but it is lovely. But particularly, it just stops, even if you're not cutting on the bias. So say you're cutting patchwork squares and you're going to be doing 1/2 square triangles, do spray those first, because when you then cut across the bias, it stabilises it. As soon as you put it in the washing machine, it all goes. It won't leave any residue, it won't be sticky, and it doesn't mess up your sewing machine needle or your scissors or anything. It's lovely. So that's the Lavender Fields one, regular size. If you want double the size refill, that's almost a litre, $21.99. That's the one that I buy. This is how it started when I said to buy, can we get these? Because I love Lavender Fields and I want a litre. Marvellous. $21.99. That's a really good price, you know. Now, we have got some other ones on their own as well. Now, this is a new one, Citrus Grove. Now, we've only got this as the regular. So this is only the regular size. We haven't got the larger one of this. This is your regular size, 1/2 litre with the spray, Citrus Grove. Oh, that sounds lovely, doesn't it? Maybe you could have different ones for different times of the year. That sounds sort of spring, doesn't it? They do a Christmas scent, do they? We're going to have to get that one. We've got to get that one at Christmas. Because again, you can use them on your own clothes and it does smell, particularly like when I walk into my sewing room, I can always smell it because the heat brings out the smell of it. It's lovely. So when you're wearing it, the scent comes out and it's a beautiful, delicate, it's not like wearing perfume, it's just a delicate scent. So that's regular Citrus Grove. We don't do them as a large refill, but we do have the refill for the scent free. So if you just want the best press, but you don't want any smell whatsoever, we do the regular one. This is the large. We haven't got the regular one in stock at the moment, so you do need to have bought that because you need the trigger thing. But if you just want the regular scent free, does the same thing. I mean, obviously the scent doesn't do anything other than smell nice, but it's just quite nice. I always get the lavender one like that. But that's the refill. And obviously it's a much cheaper way of doing it. Buying double. Always is though, isn't it? And it's a refill, so you're not having to buy that trigger action, the pump thing, and then just throw it out or recycle it. It's better to reuse rather than recycle. It's better to recycle than not to do anything. Hi, Rebecca, you're absolutely right. There's an even smaller one, which you used to sell on Sewing Quarter, but the refill is the best buy. from Julie. Julie, I don't remember the even smaller one on Sewing Quarter. Don't remember that. And they do a pocket-sized one as well. Hannah's got a better memory than me. She remembers that one. Oh, they have a stall at Festival of Quilts, apparently, according to Hannah. And you can see it all there. I've never seen them there. I didn't know they did the smaller one. And a handbag size. Why would you want to... I suppose you could take it on holiday with you, couldn't you? Oh, if you were going to workshops or something, yeah, maybe... Oh, we'll have to have a word with Barry and buy-in. Barry, can we have the others? Can we have the Christmas one? Do you think he's watching? He might be watching. Barry. Anyway, those are all of the best prices we've got. They're back in the warehouse, but they're back in only just now, so we haven't been able to get them up so I can show you. But, you know, you've got pictures. You know what they do. But they are fab, honestly. Again, it's one of those things. You talk to any of our guest designers, they use them all the time. Absolutely love it. One of those products where you think, really? Really? And then you use it and you go, ah, really? I like those. Fabulous. Should we do little zips? Oh, I love zips, and I love metal zips. The reason I love metal zips, I know they're a bit tricky to sew in across, but it's only across the end. But I think when you're making like a little zip case or something, doesn't a metal zip look lovely? Now, these are 7 inches. Now, the only difference, I would say, when you're sewing in with a metal zip is if you need to sew across the end, you obviously can't sew across the metal. So what you do is stop just before the end and then wind your needle down. If it hits the metal, just lift it up a little bit and just lift the foot and just jump over it very slightly. You'll end up with a slightly longer stitch, but you won't then hit the metal. And that really is the only difference. But they do make a nice finish. I mean, obviously, these are probably used for jeans or something. But if you're doing a zip case, a metal zip is lovely. $1.99. Oh, yeah, see, they're called trouser zips. You can put them in trousers, obviously. But I think for zip pockets, but I love, I think most bags and any items like that look nice with a little bit of hardware. And I think a metal zip always gives that extra, just slightly different, really. Lovely. And then we've got another metal one. This one's got gold teeth and a tan tape. Oh, they're called brass. They're brass. Oh, actually, no, they are actually. They're not as bright and gold. They're not bright and goldy. So these are brass teeth. And then they've got like a taupe coloured tape. Oh, I've got 2 more here. 2 more metal ones. Can I do them? So I've got the 7-inch zip with the white tape, but with the brass teeth. Okay. Okay. Right, what one should I do next then? Zips on a roll. I love zips on a roll. I've got 2. Again, very, very cost-effective way of doing them. We'll start with the blue. So look at this. Let me unroll it for you. Look at that. So it's a lovely, like a pale turquoise tape, 4 meters. It's a number 5 zip. That means I always used to get really confused by this. Like, what's the biggest? Well, it's really easy. The number means the millimeters of the teeth. So the distance across the teeth, if you measure from here to here, is 5 mils. So a normal zip, so like one of these zips that you'd put in a dress, is a number 3 because it's got the teeth are 3 mils. So that's kind of your normal dress zip. But if you're doing something that has a little bit more wear on it, maybe a bag or something that you're going to use more, you want to be a bit stronger, use a number 5 zip. You can use them in dressmaking, they stand out a bit more. I mean, this is gorgeous because you've got that pale turquoise and then these teeth. Now, they look like they're metal, don't they? They're like a copper colour, but they're not. They're nylon, which means you can sew over them. But they look metal. I always think that it's amazing how that works. Obviously, you don't want to sew over them very fast, but they are nylon. So just go a bit slower and you might need to wind your needle down and make sure, don't use your pedal, but you'll soon see whether the needle will go through, but they are nylon. Now, you will need, and I'm sure I've seen these, the zip sliders. Where's the zip sliders? Oh, there they are. Okay, I'll do the other zip and then we'll talk sliders. So that's the pale, it's like a pale turquoise with copper coloured teeth. I mean, that is just delicious. 4 meters. 4 meters for $14.99. Now and then I'll show you the other one and then we'll talk about sliders. They don't come with sliders because they are sold separately. Now this is gorgeous. Look at this. White tape, number 5 again, so it's 5mm. And look, changes colour. That's like right designer zip, isn't it? That would look lovely as a feature zip on an item. So you know when you have like, sometimes you used to see zips actually sewn on the outside of dresses or blouses as a feature. Oh, that's about to sell out. Now, obviously, you do need sliders. You need sliders. And we do them in bundles of 5. Now, the reason that we do them separately is that you've got 4 meters of zip. You might only need 5 because you want 5 long zips, but you might want to cut up into lots of smaller pieces and have 10 or 15. So we've given you 5. These will fit in the number 5 zip. They will go in there, like that. Lots and lots of different ways to do this. What I tend to do is sometimes if you can't get the zip to go through, especially with these, if you've got those needle gripper tweezer things, what are they called? You can actually pull them through with that. And if you've had any problems getting the slides onto this, with a number 5, it's a lot easier because the teeth are bigger. So there's 5 silvers. So buy as many as you need. The silver works really well with the rainbow one. And then we've got 5. Well, they're gold, but I would say this was more of a coppery gold rather than a brassy gold. Doesn't it work well? Because it is more of a coppery gold than a brassy gold. So depending on how, you might only want like 10 centimetre zips from this, in which case you'll need more sliders. So by selling them like this, they're, £1 each, then you can choose how many sliders you have. But these will fit. But that's a very posh zip, isn't it? At an amazing price. Gorgeous. I've also got cows. These are size 5, so these will fit your number 5 zips. Look. So there's you've got your slider end, but instead of having that on the end, you've got the cow, and you only get one, obviously, but he's special, isn't he? He's a double-sided cow. Can you see? Maybe you've got some of the zip on the roll. Remember, these are number 5. Do not buy them for 3mm continuous zips. Buy them for 5mm. But these are all number 5s. Just always check that. But he's double-sided cow, so he'll go either side. Oh, I like him. So if you've already got zips on a roll and you want one really special zip, maybe you're making a really special zip pouch, and you can have a little cow. Now, we've also got him in gold as well. So if you could use him for any colour. We'll go with that one, won't he? And again, he is a double-sided cow. As all cows are. Can you imagine if we had single-sided? You'd look at them one side in the field, you go around the other side, and they'd just be white. Yes. All cows are double-sided, even these. There we go. So there's the cow sliders. Right. Zips. Yes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, and there's that one as well. Right, okay. Now, this is a mystery bundle. This is an example. So we are doing mystery bundles of 10 different zips. We don't know what you'll get. They look a little bit like this. They will be zips. That's what we can guarantee. They will be different lengths, different materials, different colours. But the mystery bundle, so it's the way of you saving money and getting lots of different zips. And we are reducing the price, £16.90. So you're going to be paying £1.69 for a zip. That's amazing. You will definitely get 10 zips. Other than that, who knows? What colour, length, size, anything you'll get. But you will get 10 zips. £1.69. But that's just to give you an example. That's just sort of to give you an idea of what you may get. But there you go, there's all the zips. They all do different jobs, different things, but it's always lovely. I mean, it's good for your stash. I always bulk buy my zips. I just have a load of them, and there's always one that works. But it's just a really good way of you saving some money. If you like using zips, you need zips, particularly if you're using zips for like zip purses, zip pockets, all of that sort of thing. It's great to have these. So that's just an example. At that price point, £1.69 a zip, fill up your stash. Stock up your zip stash. £1.69 each. So £16.90, and you will get them random. You are actually saving £8. So you might get some metal ones, you might get some closed ends, you might get concealed zips, who knows? You might get a number 5, so that's a number 5, that's a number 3, and it's very annoying when you haven't got the right zip. It also means if you've got these zips and you're maybe making a tote bag, you think, oh, well, I'm going to put a zip in my pocket just to see what happens, see how it goes. But, you know, if you haven't got it, then you think, oh, I won't do it. But it's just nice, you know, that they can be used. If you've got a special piece of fabric, you could just make a little zip pouch just to pop in your handbag to keep your makeup in. But if you haven't got the zip, you can't do it. Anyway, £1.69. It's a really good way of using up pieces of fabric and making something lovely with it, isn't it? There we go. Should be £24.90. But you are making an £8 saving. It's only £16.90. You will get 10 zips, but I don't know what colour or size they'll be. They might be, this one's an open end. Could be closed end, open end, concealed, metal. Nice, it'll be a nice little surprise. When you get yours, send us a photo. We've got loads of you multi-buy, and I'm not surprised. Well, when you think it should be £24.90, you're saving £8, you know, and I mean, zips are very complex things, aren't they? So very nice to have them. I love zips. I have many zips. I feel like I have a whole box full of zips. Well, because I like to put different coloured zips. I like different zips for different things, and it's really annoying to not have a zip. So there we go, all those zips. But yours won't look exactly like that. Marvellous. Right, can we do Ripstop? Can we do Ripstop next? Yes, but I'm going to do that first. We're going to do Ripstop once I've done the hand sewing needles. So now this was our special early bird. So talking about good deals, for those of you who missed out on 8 o'clock, this is a great bundle, and I don't know why we've got it on special offer. Was $14.99, but today it's $11.99. 9 packs of needles. Why is it? Oh, it's early bird. We even get the early bird stick. That's amazing with the button birds. So these are all the needles you will ever need. Hand sewn needles. John James, fantastic quality. We have never reduced this. Hundreds of you got this, but I know that we get lots of you who tune at 11. I don't want you to miss out because we have a few left. Hundreds of you have checked out. We'll now be out of stock for weeks, won't we? Be out of stock for weeks now. But you get 2 packets for free. That's how it works out. I don't know which 2 because we can't work that out. But you pay for 7, you get 2 for free. $11.99 for that. You're getting leather sharps, beading, tapestry, quilting, chenille, milliner's embroidery, long darners. For the hundreds of you checked out, if you want to know what they're all for, if you watch back at the 8 o'clock, I went through all of them and explained exactly what all the different zips are. Zips? Oh dear, been talking for too long. All the different needles are used for, and they are very specific. If you've got the right needle for the job, then you will use it. But if you don't have it, you'll just use those ones you bought from the supermarket. And if we've got any left at midnight, that price will go back up. I mean, needles are inexpensive. For what they do, where would we be? Where would we be without needles? And even if you're a sewing machine sewer, you still need hand needles, don't you? Finishing off, sewing on buttons and all sorts. So should be $14.99. I don't know why we've reduced it really. But anyway, £11.99. It's a lovely thing. And it's so nice to have. I love all of these. There we go. Right, well, I'm allowed to do Ripstop now because I love Ripstop. I love Ripstop because it's fabulous stuff. So let's talk about Ripstop and then we'll go through all the colours. Now, what's great about Ripstop is it's waterproof and it's very strong and it's very lightweight. So it's extremely affordable. That is the price per half metre. Not only that, it's wide. It's wide. Is it 150? So it's wider than normal. Let me show you. Right. So now you know what you use it for is bag lining. So maybe you're making a wash bag and you want a waterproof lining. Maybe you want to make a quilt, a picnic blanket you're going to take outdoors. Put this on the back of it. Maybe you're making just something like a drawstring bag to put your PE kit or your swimming kit. Or maybe when you go down the gym, you want to make like a little drawstring bag or with a zip across the top just to put your shoes in or your gym kit. You know, when you go on holiday and you put all your stuff in plastic bags in your suitcase, put it in this. Now, it's very lightweight, so it doesn't add much weight. So I was saying earlier when I was doing the Amber Makes bags, maybe you want to make them, but you want a waterproof lining. You can just use this instead of the lining fabric. I've made some bags that I take to the supermarket and I put Ripstop inside them. So it's very strong, that's why it's called Ripstop. It's waterproof, it's very lightweight. It's easy peasy to stitch. You stitch using a normal needle. I would, if I was going to choose, I'd go use a Microtex, otherwise known as Sharps, sewing machine needle, just because, and they are available on the website because we talked about them earlier. You could use a universal needle, but because it's very dense fabric, the Microtex will work better. You cut it in the normal way. You can cut it. It does, I mean, it's obviously a bit slidey. When I cut it, I tend to use my rotary cutting ruler because you can keep it straighter. Take care when you iron it. You can iron it, but use a cooler iron. That's all I'd say. It's not like, it won't melt the minute you touch it, but use the coolest iron and maybe put a cloth on top of it. That's what I would, but I have ironed it. You just have to, obviously it's, you know. Oh, there is the Microtex needles. That is a box of 100. So size 70, box of 100. Now, just to let you know, that's an amazing price that way. Worked on that one. Because that works out as 50 pence a needle. If you buy them in packs of 5, it comes out about 70, 75 pence a needle. So that's a really good saving if you love the Microtex needles. Could it be used for a garden bean bag? Yes, Barbara. Yes. It is very strong. It could also be used for like a garden kneeler. But yeah, garden bean bag, good idea. So take care when you iron it. You can iron it, but use a cooler iron. Now, we've got it in loads of colours. Now, if you're doing a picnic blanket, because I've made one, what you need to do is if you're doing it as a quilt it as normal, as if it's a whole quilt, but don't put this on the back. You don't want to quilt through this because every time you put a needle through this, it's less waterproof. Once you've quilted it completely, then put this Ripstop on the back and then bind it through all those layers. So therefore, and it will just stay. I mean, you could put a couple of stitches to hold it, but it will just stay. But don't quilt through it because the holes in it will make it less waterproof. But yeah, but you could be white-proof. So we've got it in loads of colours. That's the black one. But it's a really good thing to have in your stash. If you've got a lovely piece of fabric, you think, oh, I'm going to make a really nice makeup bag with that. Then put the lining in this, and it's just waterproof. It's quite nice because obviously this is for the half metre. If you want more than that, put that number of units. So remember, this is 1.5 metres wide. So if you want a square piece, maybe to use in the back of the car, put across the back seat, stop the dog, then order 3 units and you'll have 1.5 metres square. It doesn't fray, but it will look neater hemmed. You could put bias binding around it. You could just roll it over and hem it, or you could bias bind around the edge of it to make quite a nice blanket. Maybe you've just got a lovely piece of woolen tartan fabric to make a tartan blanket. Put this on the back of it. There's so many things. Bag for your wellies, bag for your walking boots. Have you got any? What have you used yours for? Because it's great, all of you out there, you know, you're the ones who have all the ideas, aren't they? I'm just saying, well, I've used it for linings on wash bags, and I used it for the underneath of a picnic quilt. Right, that's the black. Let's go through all the colours. Emerald green. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Emerald green. How nice is that? That's lovely, isn't it? It's just the price, $1.99. Remember, it's 150 centimetres wide. Which colour next? Pink. That's lovely. Pink is close to selling out. Now this is this is lovely, like if you are putting something under like a picnic blanket, because it's that amazing shock of colour, isn't it? Just brightens everything up. Love the pink. Hot pink. It's not just pink, it's hot pink. Hot pink. Let's do yellow, because it's my favourite colour. Oh, look at that. Bring me sunshine, bring me... There we go. Yellow! That's lovely, isn't it? And if you are using it for the lining of a bag, go for something bright like that. So when you open it, it's like, woo! Yeah, bikini bag, when you've been on the beach. And you know, we've all got those bits of fabric. All you need is a bit of fabric from your stash. Get yourself a zip. This, you can even put, you know, if you know when you do a zip in the top of a bag, you can do it in that. Terry uses it, an outdoor doorstop. It's brilliant. Terry, what a brilliant idea. Brilliant, because it does so. Absolutely, that's a really good idea. Yeah, because you do need outdoor doorstops. Yeah, and you don't have to shove it in the wash. Outdoor cushions. I mean, even if you want just the underside of them, if you want to. If you're going to like picnics outdoors, you could make one of those big square cushions, just put that under the bottom. Or just like bags to keep like outdoor games and toys, just because you know that, or covers for things. Because it is really strong, but very light. Don't know why. Red. Let's go red. Red. That's lovely, isn't it? Red. Oh yeah, it'd be good for actually like painting aprons, wouldn't it? Overalls. I mean, you could make a whole tracksuit out of it, couldn't you? You could. It's about to sell out in red. I think a tracksuit, you could make a whole dress out of it, couldn't you? Patchwork. To keep yourself... But it's because it's very light as well. Be good for like a pack-a-mac thing, wouldn't it? Turquoise. Now, this is 80s tracksuit. It's definitely 80s tracksuit colour. Oh, that's lovely, though, isn't it? Now, this would be, even if you just had half metre, this is a good one to have you in your stash. Any wash bag is good for that one because of the colour. Oh, that one's sold out. It always sells out, this Ripstop, doesn't it? We'll go grey, and then we're going to go fluorescent. Elephant grey. Do you think this is... Oh, it's called silver. I was going to call it elephant grey. This is silver. It's not, it's light grey. Light grey. Good question. Would this be strong enough to cover a whirligig washing line? Well, I don't know. Why not, Jill? Yeah, I mean, it is really strong. I mean, I don't know. I can't see why not. Yeah, why not? And that's a very good idea, actually. I can't see why not, because it is really strong. I couldn't find a barbecue cover in the correct size for my barbecue, so I made one from Ripstop. 2 years on, still... Well, Georgie, there you go. So if your barbecue cover worked, your washing line's going to work. Thank you very much. Guys, I love it when you message in, because you know, I didn't know that it lasted 2 years covering a barbecue, but you guys have done it, so what a good idea. I mean, I've done that before. We used to have a travel barbecue that we took camping, and it came in a box which always disintegrated, so I made a cover for it, and it's brilliant. Or when you get the chairs the fold-up chairs, like those direct chairs you have in the garden, or the camp chairs that you have that are fold out and they have the cup holders in. The bags that they come in are always rubbish, aren't they? And they break. or something happens and you lose it, or it rips. There's always, or it hasn't, yeah, or it's really tight fit, so you can't ever get it back in. This is ideal. And if you want to make it really funky, get yourself a couple of colours and you can make striped ones. June suggesting, what about the lining of Sam's crochet rucksack? Well, June, do you know what? Sam will be here in a minute. I'll keep a bit out and I'll ask her. I can't see why not. Well, yeah, of course it would. If you can use it to line, yeah, yes, it would. And actually, to be honest, lining something with crochet like a bag with this is very good because crochet stretches, this doesn't. So that means that when you fill it up with stuff, it's not all going to stretch down. So yes, it would be ideal. You can hand sew it and you can machine sew it. What I would say is it's easier to machine sew than hand sew. So I would hem everything first by machine and then you can just hand sew it into place just roughly. But yeah, it'd be ideal. Right, then I've got two super bright colours. Look at this one. This is, oh my, gosh, that actually makes your eyes hurt. This is high vis. So this is unbelievably good for people on bikes, at night, jogging. I mean, that is super high vis. Yeah, if you work that's brilliant. If you work for the emergency breakdown services, that one would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Yeah, but it's great. But that is super, super bright, isn't it? But it would be, I mean, it'd be great for a sports bag, wouldn't it? This would be ideal for sandy bodyboards coming from the beach. Yes, yes, it would. All of those sort of things where you just don't want all of the sand on it. But, you know, or even when you go on holiday or you want a big bag to put all your dirty laundry on holiday, it folds up really small in your suitcase and you get back from holiday, there you go, it's all done. You could have flip-flops. You could have little bags for your flip-flops and your slippers. I mean, quite a nice thing because you could even personalise it, couldn't you? I made a cover for my mum's rotary washing line for it. Sue, thank you, it works a treat. There you go, that's the answer. So I don't know, you always know. So you've made one. And Sue, how long has it lasted for? There we go, what a great idea. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Fluorescent orange, rotary line. Yeah, you could use them for, shopping bags for the supermarket. You could have, that one's for carrots. Oh, Hannah's got a carrot washing line colour. I'm not sure you'd want that. I think if I was doing a washing line colour, I'd probably do it in green. But you could do it in orange, couldn't you? There's so many things. But you lot, we sell so much of this, so I want to know what you've made. Ideal for dog beds or dog coats. What a great idea. Thank you very much. That is actually a good one. Maybe used for a poncho from Glastonbury. Christine. That's a yes. So if I bought some orange, this is the last one, green, I could make a striped one. Nobody would lose me. I look like an opal fruit. I don't think they're called that anymore, are they? They used to have different names. Find me in a crowd. Flags. I could make a flag, couldn't I? You know all those lovely flags you see? I could make one of those. The final one is fluorescent green. Yeah, but kit bags for school, wouldn't it? Yes, yes. What do you mean you've lost it? I've never tried patchwork with it. Have you tried patchwork with it? I wonder if it works, whether you could sew square. Well, why not? If you can sew it together, it'd be cool. You might need one of those seam rollery things. Yeah, backing bibs, wouldn't it? But yeah, dog beds, covers, dog coats. Even if you wanted a waterproof dog coat, I've used this orange for outside bunting. Oh, Tracy, that's a great idea. Well, I was thinking flags, but yeah, outside. So if you were going to make outside bunting, get a few colours, and then you can have your flags all different colours. Because I've made outside bunting from oilcloth before. It does roll up a bit, which I guess this wouldn't. And then all I did was I sewed two pieces together to make it a bit stronger, then just sewed bias binding across the top to join them together. And that works really well, and it lasts years and years and years. But if you did them double-sided, how wide is it, please? Well, Ellen, it's 150 centimetres. So, shall I show you one? Shall I show you the orange? So if you've got a really lovely piece of fabric you want to make a dog coat from that's not waterproof, just back it with this. There we go. 150 centimetres. I'm going to only just stretch. Do I look like a carrot now? Oh my Lord. It looks almost the same colour as my hair, which is a bit scary. Reusable lunch bags, made a pile of them. Anne from Cumbria. That's a very good idea, actually. Rather than people using cling film, you can make little bags to put your sandwich in. What a great idea. Reusable lunch bags. Thank you, everyone, for messaging in, because I know we sell so much of it. And when you buy it, well, sometimes I buy things just because I think I might need it. Yeah, Dan wants to make trainer covers. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, you know you get those, like, you get those shoe covers. But you get those shoe covers that they make you wear when you go onto carpets. Could you make those with them, couldn't you? Although they might be a bit slidey. Maybe trainer covers for just covering your trainers when you're not wearing. I think these would be a bit slidey. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. They must use a special fabric for those. But you see, you've all used it, so you know what it works and what it does. Brilliant. Anyway, do stock up on this while we've got it. Some of these colours have now sold out, but it is a brilliant way of particularly as simple as line your wash bag or your tote bag with it and just make it waterproof. Perfect. Right. Magic clips. We've got loads of them. Whoa. So let's start. Which is the... Well, I'm going to start with this extra small, mini, extra small. That one looks like the normal one. Oh, I don't know. They're all different sizes. Right, well, I'm going to start with this one, AXYV06. Now, these are fabric clips, but not like your normal fabric clips. These are extra special ones. So they are produced by the same company, Taylor Seville, who do the magic pins. They have got metal clip bits. Rather than the plastic, and they have markers on them so that you can use them for a seam allowance. So can you see the picture? That's the best way of me showing you. So they've got like that 1/4 inch seam allowance. So if you pin it, so you clip your fabric together rather than pin, you can run the edge of your foot along that line, and that will give you exactly the right seam allowance. And it has the 1/4 inch markings on it. That's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, they are like the Uber fabric clips. They are, because they're stainless steel, they lay flat as well. So they are for more precision sewing, and you don't need to take them out as you sew. You run your foot across the top of the clip. You don't, obviously not your needle, you can see from there. The needle goes just to the edge of it, but you run your foot across it, and then that gives you your exact seam allowance. Now, they come in different sizes. So these are called extra small, and you get 12 of them. 6 blue and 6 green. But you can change the measurement, so you can have like 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch. So you can add, if you do the fabric 1/8 inch from the edge of it, that gives you a 3/8 inch seam allowance. That's brilliant. So very good if you struggle a bit with following seam allowances, because you can run your foot along the edge of those. So that's the extra small. Now, that's 12. Now, I've also got the extra small as in the packet of 6. So if you just want to have a go at these, this is I love this. This is a perfect size, really. Oh, shall I read you the code? Right, £9.99. So that's a pack of 6. So if you just like to have a go at them, and obviously these are a one-off purchase. You know, you're not going to lose these. You're going to use these lots, and you'll see them. They're visible. They're not the sort of thing you're going to lose. So they're the kind of thing that you can collect, buy yourself a pack, see how you get on. It is more precision. You don't need to move the clips. Because they're stainless steel and they're flat, they will clip everything together more securely. So with all of these items, you know, like the magic pins as well, you think, well, I'm paying more for these than I would for normal pins or normal clips, but they will last. They are an important part of your sewing equipment. Right, now I'm going to do the minis, and I've got those in 3 different sizes of the pack. So let's start with, should we start with the 24? Yes. Right, so the graphics is, right, okay, I think we need to, we'll change that. So it does say extra small, but it's mini. We'll get it changed, but it is mini. So with these, they're much smaller. So you put the measurement. So it gives you an example. Make sure the needle clears the clip by at least 1/8 of an inch. So if you put the clip 1/4 of an inch from the edge, and then the 1/8 of an inch, that gives you a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. But if you move it further on, then you can change the seam allowances depending on where you put the clip. So these are the mini ones. 24 of them for £22.99. But they're really good. I mean, you know, if you're using something like the Ripstop can be pinned. It's not the easiest thing to pin. So fabric clips, really. And with these, because you can sew over them, when you're using something, say like the Ripstop, because it's slippery, you want to be holding it together really tightly when you sew it together. So something like these magic clips are ideal. Oh, just a quick update. Orange is about to sell out. Grey is about to sell out. Turquoise is gone. Red is gone. Yellow has got 10 metres. Hot pink has sold out. Emerald we've still got. And we've still got black. Just in case anyone's got it in their basket and has forgotten to check out. And there's only 1 metre of grey left. What about, oh, and 1/2 metre orange. So, yeah, that's almost gone. Oh, grey sold out. So those are the only 3 colours we've got then. Black. So if you want to be a bumblebee in the grass, you're fine. I think that's a great colour combination. It looks like, yeah, what flag is it? Is it Jamaica? Okay, there we go. If you want to make a Jamaican flag, there you go. Or a bumblebee costume. They would go. Oh, a dandelion. Right, so that's the minis, 24 of. Then we've got mini in the 12. So that's only £7.99. Oh, right, there we go. Which one do you want? I'm going down in size. That's mini 12. So if you've bought some of the Ripstop and you want to sew the Ripstop together, just get yourself a small pack of these. It does make that sort of thing easier because you can sew over the clips. With some items, particularly when you're showing slippery fabrics or circular seams and you don't want to take the clips out, you know, when you're sewing like a round bottom on something, you don't want to take the pins or clips out because it's easier. These are ideal for then. There we go. And then we've also got the mini is a pack of 6. The one that Hannah wanted to play. £7.99. That is a good try out a product price. Then you'll know. I mean, they are great because I think it's the fact that you can sew over them. And there are certain fabrics, like when you're sewing velvet, you don't want to take the pins out. If you can keep the clips in, it makes it a lot easier. Right, that means we've got one last pack, and that's the big. These are really good for binding. So these have got extra markers, so they've got 1/4 inch marking, 1/2 inch marking, and 5/8 of an inch marking. So you really can clip it on, and you can choose your seam allowance. And they're in a pack of 6, £10.99. Brilliant, aren't they? Oh, plastic handles. These are lush, aren't they? We don't often get to see these. These are lovely. So obviously, perfect for bag making or horse stirrups. Yes, stirrups on a hobby horse or bag making handles. Aren't they lovely? I'm a big fan of bag hardware. I think if you've made a fabric bag or a knitted or a crochet bag and you put hardware on, it takes it up to a little, the edge a bit, doesn't it? These are nice, aren't they, resin handles? And then what you can do is you can just put a fabric tab through them and sew them onto your bag. But they do look nice, bit sort of, well, tortoiseshell, aren't they? Bit trendy. I like them. Gorgeous. Right, what did you say next, Hannah? Bird locks. These are lovely. I've got 3 different colours. They look like our early birds, don't they? No, but they look exactly like them. They're not, but they look like them. So the way it works is that goes on one side of the bag. That goes on one side of the bag. And then that goes on the front, and then that clips through, and then you just turn the lock and that locks it. That's so cute, isn't it? That's the silver. We've also got it in, is that the shiny gold? Shiny gold. So it comes in 2 pieces. Has little, look, has little screws on the back, so you can unscrew it and put it on your bag. Oh yeah, there is a little thing that goes on the back of that as well, but we didn't get it out of the bag in case we lost it. And then the last one is called bronze. So it's like, yeah, it is like a matte gold, isn't it? Bronze. There we go. Beautiful. Fabulous. Well, thank you for joining me for this hour. It's been lovely. I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. It's Monday. It's 12 o'clock. It's got to be Yarn Lane. Sam Sabido is waiting with her amazingly gorgeous brand new crochet rucksacks. I love them, and you're going to love them too. 4 different choices. Get ahead, shop for the kit in the break, and I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Welcome to Yarn Lane. And Sam.
Hello.
Hi, Sam.
Hi.
So this is all about the crochet rucksack.
Something a bit different this
So why
time.
did you design this then?
Well, I think they're quite on trend. You know how I like to go by what's in fashion at the moment.
Absolutely.
And they're really
them.
practical. I mean, I love a crochet bag, but this is like a very practical crochet bag, as well as looking great. It's got, a good
it's
air
brilliant,
of
isn't
practicality.
It?
It does
I
up,
always have a
which is always
rucksack
good.
for my handbag. I'm a rucksack person.
And it's they're so light on your back, you barely realise you're wearing it.
Well, it's quite nice. If you need your hands, you can do it. I mean, I tend to just have like both of them over my shoulder.
Sort of swing it over, So you can still
I'm going to
like
actually
that.
put it on. Yeah, that's how I normally carry it. But it does mean, like when you're on a train or something.
Yes.
Cool. How cool is that?
Really cool.
I love that. But very trendy.
And just, the practicality of being able to do it up, put it onto your back.
Yes.
It feels like a really secure bag as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So my mum would approve, because she's always like, do your bag up, Sam, don't leave it undone.
Yeah.
So you've got that area, that practicality about it too.
So could you use webbing? I suppose you could use webbing if you wanted them wider.
Yes, you could. Yeah, you could add some webbing for some handles. I've done a crochet cord, which I'll demonstrate later.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't stretch. So
look, it has a little...
And then you've got a little top handle as well.
Oh, right.
So that cord that I've done for the handles is, it doesn't stretch,
well, that's
which is
really
great,
good.
which is a quality you really need.
I mean,
for
if
a
you
crochet
wanted
bag.
wider ones, you could put webbing in yours.
Yeah, or you could do something like I've done for the flap and line it, or
So it's like this. It opens. We'll go through the colourways in a moment. This is the most popular so far. But things can change. Right. Oh, let me just. There we go. So what it does, it's like a.
So it's a box bag shape.
And then it has a drawstring across the top.
Yeah.
I'm keep moving.
It's just getting nearer. I'm going to trip over something in a minute.
Over that side of the studio. It's lined. We'll talk about that in a moment, about fabric.
Yeah.
And then it has the drawstring.
Yes.
Pull up.
Yeah.
Knot up.
Yeah.
And then you have the little flap that goes over
to
the top.
do it up, yeah.
So it's perfectly secure.
Yes.
And then it has the 2 straps across the back
Yeah.
to put over your shoulders, and it has a carrying handle as well.
Yeah, so it's got everything you need.
So what do
Very
we get in the
usable.
glorious kit then?
So you get 4...
Ooh, can we open it?
Yeah, 4 balls of 100% cotton. So you're working with cotton, which is always really nice. So it feels, it's got more structure to it. It feels lovely and soft.
Is that
it's
why
hard
you chose
wearing.
cotton?
Yeah, it's much more hard wearing and less likely to stretch.
Oh, this is lovely.
Yeah,
so
so lovely.
this to me is seaside, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Over quarter of the stock has gone because you've got that kind of corally beach.
It's really lovely, isn't it? Yeah.
Sand.
Yes.
And light
Shells.
sand. And shells.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
And you get the toggle and the little beads.
So you get the wooden beads. So they're 10mm wooden beads, which go on the tassels.
And are the colours these? Or will
The
they just
colours match the bag. So that's another option you might get with the natural. So you're not guaranteed to get exactly the same colours as you see in the photo on the product description.
But they will.
But they will match. So that one you can see it comes with a pink and a blue, but still matches.
Toggle.
And the wooden toggle to do it up with. Although you can, of course, use any bag fixing
This is
you
lovely
like.
cotton. This is DK,
It's
isn't it?
100%, yeah, pure
Love
DK
those
cotton.
colours.
So
It is
it's
kind of
really
beach
good
hutty.
quality. It is, isn't it?
I think it's that coral that does it.
Yeah.
And then you get the full pattern.
All the instructions.
Half of the stock of this one has gone now. And how much fabric do you need for lining?
About a metre. So, I mean, it's basically the complete bag is about approximately, depending on your tension, 37 centimetres tall by 30 wide.
Right.
So I lined it with 2 rectangles of fabric. I did one that was the whole circumference of the bag.
Yes.
So that comes to about, let's see, so 30, 60, 90, a bit less than that. And then the bottom base.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's box shaped. So you've got essentially got
Oh,
a
so
front
it's
and a
not-
back
yes,
panel,
I see what
2
you mean.
rectangles.
Yes.
And you've got your little square on the bottom. So when it comes to lining, you make something that's sort of...
And you talk about that in the
And you've got
instructions.
full instructions on how to do that
There
in the
you go.
pattern.
So you need, well, you'll need a metre maximum, won't you?
Yes.
And you can, we have got some fabric here we can show you later, but you could use any fabric. Ripstop would be brilliant if you wanted to be waterproof.
Make a great...
Very affordable. Oh, I'm sure you've all got fabric in your stash.
Yes, so you'll see these aligned with fabric from our stash. So
Right,
sample
okay.
makers, so Terry Ann did the rainbow, Teresa this one, and Natalie this one.
Okay, so
if I
you could
remember
just, you need
correctly.
about a metre of fabric.
And
Right,
they've
it
all
could
used
be
their stash,
a-
yeah.
Yeah, quilting weight cotton or use fabric from your stash. Gorgeous. So that's this colourway. Over half of the stock of this one has gone super, super popular. The one that I called Cherry Blossom. It's not called that, but it could be called Cherry Blossom. We should do a little, you should do a little competition.
I should do.
What
I'll just
to call them?
Apparently pink isn't imaginative enough. I don't know why.
Pink and grey.
Pink and grey.
I know, you're only going, what is pink and grey? It could be, although Cherry Blossom isn't grey, is it? Although,
Oh, well, it's a very silvery grey, this one.
Yeah.
It's almost beige, so...
right, so
yeah.
we call this Cherry Blossom.
Okay.
These are beautiful
They're so
yarns.
lovely, aren't they?
Oh, it's James C. Brett.
Yeah, and it's just, it's soft, it's smooth.
Really nice. And I'm impressed that you get these very close colourways.
Yes,
as well,
that's
aren't
what, yeah, exactly. I loved that about that pink version.
they? Yeah, because they are so close,
so
aren't they? They
close.
give you that beautiful.
It's, yeah, beautiful. And of course, we've done them in colourways which you're given in the pattern, but you've got equal amounts of each of these
okay.
colours, so you could choose to have silver as the main colour,
Right, yeah,
for
so
example.
here you've got like this mid as
Yeah,
the main
so
colour.
you're not restricted to using... I've started with this, I mean, as I say, Teresa made this one, but she started with the silver as I asked her to, and then did this order.
Yes.
But you could change it.
Yeah,
yourself
if you want silver to
as
be
the main with just
colour.
hints of pink.
Oh, okay, so you...
So you can, yeah.
well,
you've
that's
got that
quite nice,
option
isn't
because
it?
you've got
And
the
then
same amount of
obviously
each
you'll
colour.
get beads that match.
Yes, again, you can see
Oh, yes.
you might get your 4 pinks or you might get
two.
pink
But
and
they will
silver,
match,
but they will
and
match,
the
and your
wooden
wooden
toggle.
toggle, yeah.
And the full pattern as well. That's all in there. This is a lovely colourway.
It's really lovely,
very
isn't it?
gentle.
And this yarn, it's not mercerised, but it's got a really nice smooth feel to it. It always feels satin.
It does, doesn't
yeah.
it? It's a beautiful yarn.
Yeah, it is,
Love
and it's
that.
lovely to work with.
And I guess you see, if you're not sure, you could do one square, one colour, and then go, oh, actually, I'll do it the other way around.
Yeah, I would have a play about, yeah.
You can always just undo
yeah,
it,
exactly.
start
Or
again.
make them all different colours. I've done them for consistency. I've actually done all the same
yes,
colourway,
you can do them
whereas often I vary
Yeah, that's true.
colourways.
See what you
but
feel.
yeah, so you can have a play.
Oh, well, I really like that one as well. I'm going to keep them out of the bags because I bet I'll have to show them again and I'll put them all back in again. Should we do blue next? Blues. Half of the stock of the cherry blossom pink one now has gone. Right, here's the blue. Now watch. So it's blue and green.
Yes, it's got just a little bit of this sage green in it.
So it's got to be something to do with the ocean then.
Yeah, I called it blues.
Something to do with the ocean.
I have to consult with Bex next time I do it.
I love things. But then yeah, this would be good for your open water swimming, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would, wouldn't it? With some of that nice ripstop fabric inside
Yeah,
it.
ripstop, open water swimming. Yeah, this is, it's more ocean than seaside, isn't it?
Yes,
It's deeper.
it is. Yeah, with that lovely electric blue. That one's called electric blue.
That's
It's
lovely.
gorgeous.
Denim, electric blue, pale blue and sage.
Yeah.
They are lovely. And again, you know, you can fiddle about with this. So you could go, right, well, I'm going to have green as my dominant colour. Or I'm going to have this one as my dominant one.
Absolutely.
See how you feel. And you will get beads.
Yes, and so the ones on here are from Natalie's stash
she's
and the
got-
button, but they're lovely, aren't they? So
They are
you can use your
gorgeous.
stash, but I'm sending you some as well.
Yes, and you will get wooden bits. They're lovely wooden beads.
yeah, they're
as well.
really lovely, aren't they?
Yeah, that really makes it.
I think it
doesn't
finishes it really nice. And you've got the instructions for the tassels, so you've got all the instructions you need to make it exactly as it is.
Which is important because I want
Yes,
it exactly as it is. I think
exactly.
it's gorgeous. I absolutely love it. So that's your kind of blues, ocean, open water swimming. Maybe you should have called it open water swimming.
Yeah, could have a whole
And that one could be called ballet.
around activities.
Around activities.
Yeah, so that would be interesting. What are you going to come up with for the next
Oh, this
one?
is festival.
Yeah.
That's just festival.
Gorgeous,
isn't it?
isn't it?
Yeah. Isn't this gorgeous? This is your festival bag, isn't it? Or summer party. It reminds you of fresh apples. Yeah, it's a very, well, it's called lime, but it's a very appley.
Very zingy.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So these are all the colours. So again, whichever one you use as your dominant colour is really going to stand. So this
really
looks,
change the look of it.
this
isn't
looks
it?
very turquoise.
Yeah.
But if you use green, it
Yeah,
would look very green,
exactly,
wouldn't it?
or pink. So if you've got an outfit you want to match it to, or a jacket, a
Yeah.
favourite jacket, you could just change the colour order.
Oh,
and
that's
use the-
beautiful. And obviously you get the beads in it.
Yes, so again, these are from Terry Ann's stash, so you can use stash or you can use ones that come in the kit. And you've got your toggle.
Okay. Your mic is playing up at the minute.
it?
But don't worry, if you stand next to me, they'll get you another one and then you'll be able to hear. I like the fact that she's used different coloured ones.
I know, so that's in the instructions as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you want to, you can use just 3 strands of yarn and make a chain.
Right.
So I'll show you how to do the cord. That's part of the instructions later. But if that doesn't work out for you,
Okay.
you can...
Right. Right, we're just sorting our mic out. So this is the final option. This is called Rainbow. But this is like your kind of party, summer, festival, bunting. Gorgeous. Oh, collection of you could take it to Glastonbury. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I know. I've almost finished my Glastonbury outfit. So I've made this long, almost full-length cardigan with massive sleeves in turquoise and colours. And I was saying, I could wear that with my crochet dress and my crochet trousers. And I thought,
You would really look
ridiculous.
the part.
Ridiculous, but great. I've almost finished it. I'll wear it. I'll bring it in when I have actually finished it. But yes, I could. It could be called Glastonbury, couldn't it? I love this one. I think, yeah, it would be, for me, I would struggle to decide which one to make dominant. I guess you just got to go with your gut. I think I'd go green because I love
Green is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
So whichever one you choose is obviously going to be the one that you see.
But actually, if you made the white the dominant
Yes, that would
colour,
be nice, wouldn't
it would
it?
be really
Yeah.
crisp, and then you'd have these.
Yes, that's
brightness,
true,
wouldn't
those
you?
highlights. And I think this is one I might be tempted to play with the order a bit, so you haven't got them all in the same.
Yeah, that would look good, wouldn't
That would
it?
look
Should we try it
nice
on?
too.
I just want to see, you need to see it on. I feel like, what do you think? That's lovely, isn't it? That's holiday,
Really nice,
isn't it?
yeah.
Holiday.
And you can see it's fairly spacey. You can see it's
Yeah,
you
you get
enough
loads
stuff
in
there,
that.
couldn't
Yeah,
you?
definitely.
Yeah.
Well, because it's got that bottom, which I hadn't realised.
Yes, it's got a box bottom to it.
Yeah, it has
Yeah, so
like a
when you-
square bottom. It hasn't, well, rectangular.
Yeah. When you make it look like a cereal box in shape.
It's like having a box bottom tote bag.
Yeah.
So you've got,
Yeah.
you can get
So
a
it
lot
does
in
expand when you open it out. It's not just sort of flat. You've got that three-dimensional aspect.
here. Love these bags.
Oh,
Well done,
thank
Sam. Will be
you.
perfect to hang on the handlebars of my mobility scooter.
Fabulous.
With Jojo.
Oh, Jojo, that
You're
sounds amazing.
absolutely
Please
right.
send a photo.
Because look, because of the box bottom as well. Look
you
at
get
the
your shopping in
space.
there, no problem.
Lovely pattern. Reminds me of a bag I had when I was in primary school. Sam Kits of Fab. They are.
Thank you.
They are.
That's so lovely. Oh,
I
so nice
think
to hear.
the granny squares give us a lot of memories for different things.
Yeah.
But look at the space you got. So I feel like, you know, you're going down to the supermarket, you've got a few cartons of milk.
Yeah,
you get them in there.
Exactly.
Couple of bottles, nice for picnic. Two bottles of Prosecco and some strawberries.
Lovely.
Padded as well.
Yeah.
So you just
On your
need,
bike.
and then you just tie it up like that. I guess you could put one of those toggle clasp things, couldn't you?
I did think that, yes,
Didn't know that would go
exactly.
through. But you might be able to get ones with bigger holes.
And
Or just tie it easy peasy.
yeah.
And you need about, well, maximum a metre of fabric, but you just use some from your stash, to be honest. But Ripstop is good. Right, just to give you a stock update, the Naturals one, we are in single figures. That's this glorious one here, the one that looks like sort of beach huts. Naturals, single figures of that one. And you will need a metre of fabric to line them. Ripstop would be good, cotton fabric. You could just use a plain cotton fabric or use something from stash. I wouldn't use anything heavier than a plain cotton because it would just be too bulky.
Yeah, you don't need anything bulky,
I wouldn't be going,
really. It's just to give it structure.
Yeah. I mean, you could, if you wanted to use old jeans and stuff, you could.
Oh, yeah, that would be fab.
That would be quite nice, but I wouldn't go any thicker than that. But jeans.
Or
would be
even
nice.
if you have an existing tote bag. If you bought one of my kits in the past that came in a tote,
of
one of those reusable
that's
tote
true.
bags, you
Yes.
could put one of those in there, just take the handles off. and
Yeah,
sew
so
it
if you're
in.
more of a crocheter than a
so
sewer, it doesn't have to be super difficult. You could just put a fabric tote bag in there and tack it around the top,
I
to
know
be
for
honest.
some of my crochet customers, I don't
Yes.
want to sew, but you can easily,
that's true.
one of
And then
those,
just tack it round
yeah,
the top.
exactly, because they're similar shape, so.
I love this. It's glorious, isn't it? Right, so, Sam, show me how to do it. Show me
right.
how.
So, I have made this from granny squares, so your traditional granny square, because
Fabulous.
you know I love granny squares.
Yes, yes.
Obviously, but I've been sort of branching out recently into floral granny squares, all sorts of different shapes, but I thought, let's take this back to traditional.
Right, okay.
So it's the love of the traditional granny square. So if you haven't crocheted ever before or for a while, this is a really great project.
Okay.
Because it's not an item of clothing, so it's small, so it takes less time than an item of clothing. And
I think also because it's cotton yarn, it's easy, it slides nicely through.
it's really lovely to work with.
And I know a lot of you have joined Yarn Lane as beginners and have moved with Sam on your crochet journey. But, you know, if you're a beginner or if you've done these before and want to keep it simple, want to just make something gorgeous that's worth loads more than it costs, actually.
Well, exactly.
If you bought these, they are so in at the moment.
Yeah, it's so in fashion.
Then this is a really good starting point.
Yeah. And if you're an accomplished crochet, it's great because it's a quick project you can whip
Oh,
up
well, yeah,
and
I
get
would
something
love
really
to make one of
effective.
these because I'd go, yeah, perfect.
I mean, you can do it in a day or two if you're an
Yes.
accomplished crocheter. If you're new to crochet, though, it's very manageable. So I thought I'd go back and teach you how to make
Excellent.
granny
Yeah, no,
squares. I've
that's
done
really
these for
well.
a
It's
while.
a refresher is always very
Yes, and then I will do the cord and I'll also do some joining. Right, so you're going to start with a chain of 4. Can you see that yarn well enough against that table? I think it's okay.
Yeah, Charlie's going to zoom in on his drone.
Pause. So you can see I've got my 4 chains there. Brilliant. And then I'm going to slip stitch in the first chain, which is, you've got your knot here, and the first chain is this one here. So just pop your hook through there, hook onto the yarn, pull it back through that loop and the loop on your hook. And you've made a tiny circle. So you can just put your, if I just mark the middle
Hannah says
there.
that's all she can do. Well, that's
Well,
great,
that's a
Hannah.
great starting point, yeah. And what I'm just going to show you, because I came prepared with my stitch markers. If you're new to crochet or just someone that may benefits from a bit of visual help, you can put one of these stitch markers in the middle of that circle, and then everything you're going to do now is going in that where that
Hannah
stitch
says
marker
that's
is.
what she doesn't do. See, Hannah,
There
that's
we are,
what you
Hannah.
need to do.
And if you do that, you can take it a step further and do the next bit. Now you've accomplished your
We
circle.
should have got Hannah on, shouldn't we? We could have taught her how to do it.
So then you're going to do a chain 3 in the air, which counts as your first treble. And then you're going to start making some trebles into this circle where I've put my stitch marker. So for a treble crochet stitch, which is UK terms, yarn over your hook first, into that centre of that circle. I like to work around my tail as well. So you just hold your tail over there, over the hook, pull the yarn back through, gives you 3 loops on your hook, grab the yarn and come through 2, grab the yarn and come through 2. So far I have made my 3 chain, which counts as a treble, and 1 treble crochet stitch. So now I'm going to make a second treble crochet in that same space. So yarn over, into that circle, marked by my stitch marker. I want to go under the chain, also going underneath the tail. Pull the yarn back through, gives me 3 loops, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So it's a little group of 3 where you've got that 3 chain and 2 trebles. So granny anything, traditional granny square, granny stripes is maybe groups of 3 trebles.
Have you got that, Hannah?
Chain 2 in the air, and then you're going to make 3 more trebles in this same circle that you've marked with your stitch marker. So same thing again, another group of 3. So that's 1, 2, 3. And that 2 chain that we did becomes a corner. And you've got 2 sides now. You've got a side there, a corner, and another side. So you do 2 chain again, and 3 more trebles in that same hole where your stitch marker is. That's another side done. Almost a square. And then 2 chains again, and then 3 trebles in that same space. It's always this first round that's the trickiest. So that's the other thing, Hannah. If you haven't got further than this bit, persevere, because this bit's always really fiddly.
It's such a shame.
It's so frustrating.
Is the beginning.
It's really frustrating when trying to teach it as well, because you keep saying, it's going to get easier, it's going to get easier, but it's so fiddly at first. So I've done 4 sides now. I'm going to take the stitch marker out so you can see that a bit better. I've done a final 2 chain, and now I'm going to put a slip stitch into that third of that first 3 chain I made. So that's the first 3 chain, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to push my hook through that top one, whoops, hook onto the yarn, and put it back through there and the loop on your hook. So there you've made, I always say, a little square-ish shape.
Well, it's a square with round corners,
yeah.
isn't it?
So don't, you know, from working with lots of people that have made their first granny square, people can be very hard on themselves. It's not exactly a square, but this is what you're looking for,
right.
this sort of shape.
So this is simple. It is, because you know, if you haven't done crochet before, this is the beginning of your journey.
This is yeah, exactly. So you can, you know, that's your first round of your granny square. So we started on our granny square now, traditional granny square. So now I'm going to start the second round. So I'm going to use this, I think this colour's called Firecracker. It's really
Is
lovely.
it? Oh,
yeah,
wow. See, I'd have said that was
coral. Yeah. I don't know what a
firecracker,
might
you're
be,
right.
but it's gorgeous colour. Yeah, it's one of my favourite colours. I love it. So I'm going to join this in a corner space.
Okay.
And I tend to go away from the one I just fastened off. So where you've got a tail, I tend to go diagonally opposite. It just helps make your granny square balanced. So hook through that hole, a loop of the new colour on your hook and put it through. So you've just brought a loop through, like so. And then 1 chain just to secure it. And then you're going to do a chain of 3 to start, which is your pretend first treble. 1, 2, 3. And if you want to, you could mark that third of that 3 chain with a stitch marker again, because that will help you to see where to put your slip stitch at the end of the round. So these are all really useful tips, even if you can already crochet.
Well, I
It might
think
be
so,
something you
because
pick
I
up
think,
that you think, actually, I could do that.
You
Might
think
help.
that you'll remember, or I think if you get frustrated, I think the hardest thing with crochet is counting.
Yes.
The easiest thing with knitting is counting.
Yeah.
But then you have all those stitches that fall off your needles.
Yes.
And the hardest thing with crochet is counting. So if you can help yourself in any way.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you know, you might have been crocheting just for a few months and might be able to do it, but just need a few of those little things that help. And having a set of stitch markers at hand can really help.
Well, if you count in your head 1, 2, 3 and then mark it, you can then look and go, oh, that's what it looks like.
Yes, and then that helps.
Yeah,
Sort of
and I
learning
think
more
that's
about
the
what makes
problem
sense.
with crochet is you're counting what you've already done, whereas knitting, you're counting what you've got.
I see, yeah.
And I think, whereas that, if you've counted in your head and you mark it, you know what you're looking for.
That's it then, it's done. And I think when you're learning to crochet, it's it's identifying the stitches and what people mean by third of the 3 chain that is the hardest bit, so this can help.
And after a while, you might not need it, or you just like, out of habit, just keep doing it.
Yeah.
I love a stitch marker.
So now I'm going to put 2 trebles. That 3 chain is counting as a treble. So now 2 more trebles in there. Then a 2 chain in the air. And then 3 trebles in the same space. So this is making a corner of the square now. So I've done a group of 3, I've done my 2 chain, and now 3 more trebles in that space. So you can see it looks like a corner. So then I'm going to hop all the way over into this next corner space here. And I'm not actually even going to do a 1 chain. Sometimes the granny square do a 1 chain here, but with this cotton where it's actually, although it's a double knit, it's slightly finer. It benefits from not having the 1 chain just to keep the structure of the square.
Yeah, and it is confusing because some patterns have more chains than others.
Yes.
And you think, oh, I never know which is right. Just follow the pattern you've got.
Yes. I have a little catchphrase, have faith in the pattern.
Yes, just whatever it says.
Always work, obviously, but most of the time they're doing it for a reason, the designer.
Actually, I think you just need to move over a bit.
Whoops, sorry.
That's better.
Okay, so I've just done another corner. So I've just done 3 trebles, chain 2, 3 trebles in there. And now I'm going to hop into the next corner space. So let's just have a look, lie that out so you can see. In the next corner space here, I'm going to make another 3 trebles, a 2 chain, and another 3 trebles. So for the second round, you're working all your consecutive corners. And in that space, you put 3 trebles, then a 2 chain, and then another 3 trebles.
And the thing is, it's the practice that makes perfect.
It is.
You're going to do this so many times that you might find the first one, you might just undo and go, oh, well, there we are, I'll have another go. You're going to do it so many times that by the time you get to the end, you will be perfect.
Exactly. And if you're not sure, and if you are new to it, what you can do is do all of your centres first and then do all of your
so that you
next round.
Perfect.
So you get practiced at the round you're working on.
Right, we've got a question. Can Sam show how she wraps the yarn around her left hand? I have real problems with this. Well, from Celia. Now, I know that it is a question that lots of people ask. And then you think, well, I don't know.
Happily, I can happily show you. With the crochet hold, there are so many ways of holding it and so many different ways of doing it. So when I'm teaching this, I always say, see it as a guide, not a must-do.
Right.
So the way I do it is you've got the hook in your right hand, so just hold your work or your chain or your end of your yarn in your right hand with your hook, and then to wrap it, I hold my left hand really close to my right, because you don't want acres of yarn, you want to have quite a tight piece of yarn to work with. Bring your working yarn, which is this yarn that comes from the hook outwards. So I'll bring it over my little finger and under so it wraps all the way around. But you can see I've literally got just a couple of inches here. Drape it over my next finger, my third finger. And now twist my wrist, so at the moment my thumb is pointing up in the air. Twist it so it's pointing down. And in doing so I've gone over my little finger and under, and you can pull those 2 in if you want. Twist, And in doing so, this working yarn becomes apparent. And then you can either push back with your middle finger, just push up on this working yarn, or your first finger. So it depends which feels most comfortable.
So it basically goes round your little finger, under the fourth finger, and then back over the other two.
Yes, so under your little finger, over the next. Pull those in if you want to, if you can. It depends on your mobility in your hand. Thumbs pointing up, so twist, and then push back with your middle or your first, and then hold your work with the other finger and your thumb. So I push back with my middle finger, and you can see I always have a reach here where I work it, and then your thumb and first finger can hold the
Because the problem is,
work.
I think with crochet, you need 3 hands.
Yes,
If
yeah.
only.
But if you see that as a starting point, and what will happen is you'll start to adjust that as you go along, and you'll find something more comfortable.
So the right handle, there's one hand is for the hook, and the other hand is for the yarn and the project.
Yes, the other hand is for the the project. So right hand holds the hook and kind of hands onto the project as well. Left hand you wrap your yarn around. So then your hook works with this working yarn. So some people don't have a finger. Do you do it with a finger pushing up? Some people don't have that, but it does help with this consistency of tension. So my mum is a knitter, and she's just started picking up crochet again, but she does it as if she's knitting. So she sort of wraps it over, and then she does it. So that's if you can make that work, that's fine. So don't ever feel you're doing it wrong, because there's loads of different ways of doing it. But find a way that works for you. But this is like a guide.
I think it comes after a while, and I think it's because I went to a crochet. I went with somebody who taught crochet, and they did it like at the beginning, very much wrap it round, lying it on the table.
Yes.
Sometimes you need that at the beginning. You're never going to do that
Well,
forever.
it's quite nice to get into the habit of it, and I do have customers come along to beginners lessons who've taught themselves to crochet, and they say, right, I'm going right back, show me how to hold it, because they feel frustrated they can't get the tension they need through the hold they've developed. It's quite hard to crack that habit though if you've done it for a while in a certain way. So I'm really always very reluctant to have a right and wrong, but
I know, and you do sort of find your own
way. You don't ever feel, oh, I'll do it different, so I must be doing it wrong. It certainly isn't the case.
Right, so when you finish that round, I'm just going to go back through this.
Yeah, okay, so I've got my stitch marker here, I've finished my final corner, I'm going to put my hook in here to make my slip stitch, and I like to go under 2 strands of yarn, which I haven't managed to do. Pull the yarn, oh hang on, sorry, like so. Pull the yarn back through and straight through the loop on your hook, and that's round 2 done. Fasten it off.
Excellent. Right, so the kit, the colourway that Sam is working on, which is our neutrals colourway, massively oversubscribed. Loads more of you have got that in their basket. If you want it, you need to get checked out, because there's loads and loads you're going to be disappointed. So just do it. If you want it, you need to do it really fast. We're going to go through all the kits before Sam carries on the demo. So if you want this one, get it checked out while I'm going through these, and then we'll get back to the demo. Right, the cherry blossom one, which isn't called that. Pink and grey, that's this one, glorious one here. Remember, all of the kits have got 100% cotton DK yarn. Hi, Sam and Rebecca, I love the bags, and I have very predictably picked the pink one.
Yay!
Hey.
Thank you, Karen.
Gorgeous, isn't it? So it's pink and grey, but if you weren't watching at the beginning, depending on how you do it, it could be grey and pink. Update from Karen. Hi, ladies. I hold my yarn like I knit too. So my yarn and hook are in the same hand. It appears to use more yarn, but it means I can crochet far.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If it means you can crochet,
it doesn't
and
matter.
It's comfortable,
I can't picture your yarn. Wow.
So I think, you know, if I've watched my mum doing it, and you kind of hook it over and then you go in and then you hook it over again, I can picture it. Mum's probably at home going, stop talking about me.
She says, I crochet like I knit, needle in right hand, work in left.
There we go.
But then I don't, people always tell me I don't knit properly, because, you know, proper knitters, they hook it forward with their finger. I can't do that. I have to wind the wool round.
Oh, really? I knit like I crochet, so I think I'm the opposite. I kind of reverse what everyone else is saying.
I knit.
So I do have my finger up. I don't know what the right way is.
So I knit very slowly, because I don't knit properly.
And I can't. There's no proper though, surely, or is there? I don't know.
But I don't want to take the time, 'cause I'm too impatient, because you to relearn.
Yes. That's
It's
exactly
really
it.
hard,
It's
isn't
really
it?
hard once you've got into a habit of
Yeah.
doing it and it works. But it doesn't matter if
No,
you're
it doesn't
happy with
matter.
the outcome.
Yeah,
Certainly with
exactly.
crochet, I can't speak for knitting, but if you're happy with the outcome and it looks great and it looks as it should,
Then
do
that's
it the way
fine.
that feels
Yeah, and
comfortable
just
and
tell
that you
everyone else to
enjoy.
shut up who tells you what they're
No
wrong.
one should ever tell you you're doing it wrong.
Right, when everyone is checked out of this one, there will only be 4 left. So again, look how much you can get inside it because it's got that boxed bottom. It's got a rectangle on the bottom. It's not just 2 squares sewn together. You can get loads in it. Loads. So that's the pink and grey one. The blues, love the blues. So in the kit, you get 400, are they 100 grams?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
check before I say.
Yeah.
400 grams of cotton yarn. You'll get wooden beads and a toggle. You won't get the glittery ones. You'll get wooden ones, and you get a toggle. It comes with the straps as well, and it has a carrying handle, and it is 100% cotton yarn. And depending on how you make it, depends on your dominant colour. So for this one, if you put this one as all the edge bits, it would be brighter blue. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Love that one. So that's the blue one. Question. Hi, I've just purchased the blue version. I haven't crocheted for years, but I wanted to have a go again. Would you have any yarn left over?
Yes. Okay, this is the yarn left over from making my bag.
So that one, so that's the one.
That's the natural. I did the natural colourway.
So that yarn that was the least is the one that
Yeah.
was used for the dominant colour.
Yeah, but the others, look, there's plenty.
Plenty for a purse.
Yes. Well, and I should probably point out Terry Ann did a little mobile phone case on the front of hers for making an extra 2
Look
squares.
at that. Little mobile, that's brilliant.
So yes, you could have fun with things like that.
And Mrs. Rapanda, can I say how clear your instructions are? And I now understand how to start and join different colours. Thank you very much from Pam. I know Sam is a fantastic teacher.
Oh, it's so lovely to hear.
Always explains it well.
Oh, thank you.
So this is the blues. And if you haven't crocheted for years, then it's about time.
You'll love it. You won't look back.
Oh, honestly. Just my life is dedicated. Love it. It is gorgeous, isn't it?
Lovely.
Yeah, the south of France. I've got my baguette.
Oh yeah, big baguette
sticking out the top. Maybe a few almond croissants.
Lovely.
Almond croissants.
Bottle of wine.
And then finally, festival. Gorgeous. This is growing in popularity.
Oh.
It is gorgeous though,
Oh,
isn't
it
it?
should. It's
And
lovely.
remember that depending on what colour you use, you could make this a white bag with colours. You could make it a green bag with hints of blue and pink.
You could.
It depends which. So the colour that's around the edges, you've got the same quantity of each of the yarn. Yes, so what you weren't listening, Hannah. She's just said, what's that for?
Ah.
It's like my kids. Now, Hannah, what we said earlier was, Terry Ann, who made this, turned this in, she crocheted 2 extra squares, which you've got enough yarn for, and you can put your mobile phone in there. And because that wraps round, then that's kept secure, isn't it? You can't even see it. It's like secret pocket.
It is, isn't it?
Look at that.
I love it.
Or tissues.
Yes.
Yes, there we go. So those are all the colours. Remember, you get 400 grams of yarn in each one. You also get, I'll just show you for this one, you get 4 beads to put on the ends of your cords, and you get the toggle. Oh, we've got another message. The demo is an inspiration for me to pick up a hook again from Jen.
Yay!
Yes,
Thanks,
do
Debs.
it, do
Oh,
it.
all these people saying they're going to start again. Send some pictures.
Yeah, do.
Love to
And because,
see.
you've got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
The hardest thing is actually going, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, it's
Just going to do it. And just keep, it's not impossible. People go, I couldn't crochet. It's not rocket science, it's practice.
watch back, persevere, watch back the demos.
Yeah.
I've got a YouTube channel with all these demos on them as well.
Right, so
the
you can
holding the
visit
hook yarn.
Sam's YouTube
Yeah.
for all of these demonstrations. Honestly, it isn't difficult, it's just practice.
So getting started is all on there. So it's just, and it's such a lot of fun when you have.
And also, this is an
a great
achievable.
project.
Get the kit.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of squares
Yeah.
to practice. And the great thing is if your square's a bit messy, untidy, a bit rubbish, you don't like it, you can just undo it and start again.
Or put it on the back of the bag.
Yes.
That's what I do sometimes.
Put it on the back.
I'm like, oh, I think I've only got 2 trebles there instead of 3. That one can go,
on the back.
But, you know.
Yes. But that's the great thing. Crochet
Yeah.
is a lot easier to undo than knitting.
Yes. Yeah, it's very easy.
Just think of it like that. So
it is
this
easy
is
to
very
undo.
achievable.
Yeah.
And once you've done this, this is then the beginning.
Exactly. If you can, yeah.
The
once
beginning
you've done
of
this,
crochet,
you've started
trousers,
your crochet-
dresses,
exactly.
everything.
Blankets, hats.
And you finished your top. You said if I finished it, I'll wear
Did
it
you
on
see
air.
that?
Yes.
I was on the way out to London yesterday and I thought I was sitting on the train. Great conversation starter. I chatted to so many people
Did
just
you?
sitting there doing crochet. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's not, I probably thought it was a bit crazy, but yeah.
And
it's
you did that
lovely.
on the train?
Well, I finished it on the train. I did the
Okay.
edging.
It's
yeah.
cool. I
Thank
love
you.
it. Really nice. Love the
I didn't realise how
patterns.
colourful it was till I saw it on this screen.
No, it's just gorgeous,
yeah,
isn't it?
I love colourful, so.
Yeah, same here. Right, anyway, sorry.
Okay, so I'll tell you what I'm going to do before.
Right, let me move you over a minute.
Yeah.
Right.
So I've just been whizzing away on this square because I
Okay.
want to show you join if I get time. But before I get on to joins, I want to demonstrate the cord because that's something different.
So basically, those rounds just repeat.
So those rounds just repeat. So you're literally doing 3 groups of 3 trebles. So you do your corner, 3 trebles, chain 2, 3 trebles. And as you work along the edges, you put 3 trebles in every gap. And then you do again 3 trebles, 2 chain, 3 trebles.
That colourway is sold out.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, that colourway is now sold out.
Oh, thanks everyone
Did
that
warn
bought
you.
one.
But well done for all of you got it.
This is on my YouTube channel, so if you've not
Okay.
caught that, you can watch all that on there. But you're working with your groups of 3 trebles. Corner is 3 trebles, 2 chain, 3 trebles, and then 3 trebles in every gap along the
Brilliant.
side. So
Okay.
that was just
and it's all on Sam's YouTube.
Which
So
is-
once
yeah.
you get your kit
Yeah.
home,
Sam Sabido Crochets.
go
my
Sam in
channel.
YouTube and you can
Yeah.
see all of this.
Yeah.
And just keep rewinding it.
Yeah, and they're in little clips. So I've done like little 1-minute clips, so you can think I've mastered that bit. Now on to the next bit. So
Pink is on single figures, just saying. The pink and silver. 4. There are 4 left and there are 15 in baskets. So very quickly, check out.
good, yeah, please do. Okay, so for this, I've done a crochet cord. So the way I did can I just grab that pink bag?
You can.
The way I
yes.
did the fastening
Yeah.
of the bag is you've got a cord. It's 2 cords that you make. They come from the centre all the way through. So from the front centre, instructions obviously all in the pattern. You've made a little channel, which is in the pattern, that you thread your cord through all the way through to the back. So this is 1 cord, comes out and you sew at the bottom. So that, and then you just sew it here at the length you want your handle to be.
Well, it's quite
So your
nice
handle
because
and
it
your
means you
drawstrings all
have
in
got
one.
everything in here, haven't you? Because the cord is made from the yarn.
So the cord, I just wanted to demonstrate.
Oh yeah, no, could you? I don't think I've done one of those.
No, it's a really exciting thing to do. So again, chain 2, and then you're going to do a double crochet in the second chain from the hook. So for a double crochet, you put your yarn through with no yarn over first, just straight through. Whoops. Pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through them both. So that's your double crochet. Now, if I just turn this, you can see that V on the top of your stitch. So I'm going to pop my scissors underneath the V so you can see.
Can we get any closer, Charlie, or is that it?
When you do a stitch.
He's coming in. You
He's
might need
coming.
to move right. There we go. Perfect.
That's it. You can
Thank
see
you.
you get a V. And then can you see this loop here? I'm going to make a double crochet in that loop. So you've got all this in the pattern. I've done a video I'm going to upload to my YouTube as well. So go underneath that loop that's at the bottom of that V. So that's just 1 at this stage. And make a double crochet in there. So yarn back through, gives you 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over through them both. So then if I twist it again, that is the V at the top of the stitch we've just made. You can see you've got the strand there, and underneath that are 2 little strands of yarn, 1, 2. Can you see them? So you're now going to put your hook under there.
Under both of them?
Under both of them.
Right.
Just give me a moment because it's a bit harder when you're not just sat on your sofa. There we go. Pull the yarn back
so much
through.
easier on your sofa.
Yeah. Wiggle your hook up to give yourself a bit of space with this. 2 loops on my hook, yarn over through them both. twist, there's the V.
Yeah.
Find your 2 strands that are here, 1, 2, hook underneath both, pull the yarn back through, keep it
Clever.
quite loose 'cause it makes it easier to find those strands, yarn over through the 2. Twist so you can see the V, there's my 2 loops.
Yeah, actually, now you've done it a few times, it's making sense.
Yeah, it's really, and I, to be quite honest with you, I hadn't done this before, so I learnt something new designing this.
Has it got a name?
I think it's just crochet cord.
Oh, okay.
So, and you just keep doing that, and it sort of has a plaited type effect.
Yeah, no, it's lovely, isn't it?
So just really take your time once you get it.
One pink left, one pink left.
Underneath them both.
19 in baskets, one pink left.
Wow.
I'm going to put that back in the box.
That's it. And so you just keep going, and it's really good because it doesn't stretch. So you get the
That's clever,
tension
isn't it?
that you
Because
get in a
normally
cord.
it would,
Exactly.
anything like that would stretch.
And if you do want a handle for your bag that's a bit thicker, you could probably do a couple of these and plait them, 2 or 3, twist or plait. But it's really strong and effective. Because
Well, I think what's lovely is you can do that if you don't want to and you want to use
so pretty.
cord. That's gorgeous.
So, and because you've
like that.
threaded it through from the front all the way through to the back, that gives it a lot of strength. So
Yes.
although it feels like just that cord, such a lot of strength in it. And then I just sewed it here, worked out what length I wanted my handles to be, tried it on my back, sewed it here so it doesn't actually draw string here.
Oh,
it's firm here.
Oh, so you can customise
So you can customise that to have the length of handles you want, and then you've got your drawstring on the front. So because this drawstring starts here and goes all the way to the back, it's really strong. It's not going to fall apart.
No, and
handles
I
are
can
not going to
see
come
brilliant.
off.
It doesn't stretch at all.
Yeah, and then you line it, and that gives you even more strength. Or you know,
It's gorgeous.
Very usable.
And you will need 1 metre of fabric to lining, and all the instructions for the lining are in the instructions.
Don't know what I did with my cord.
Have we got any
there, but you
pink
saw
ones
it.
left, Hannah? Right, 2 pink ones left, over 25 in baskets, so
Wow.
I'll leave it with you lot to see who's fastest. Okay.
Have I got time for any more?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so joining. So once you've made all your little granny squares, obviously this one would be complete.
Yes.
You then need to join them. So you want to put them right sides facing. So my granny squares, I always work on the same side. So you do have a right side and then a wrong side. So you can see a slight difference there. So the right side has these V's because you've just worked your last row of stitches facing up. Can you see the top of the stitch is facing you? If I turn it over,
Well,
you
it doesn't
can't
look
see the
quite
top of
right
the
from
stitch.
the other
No, it's not, because I always work on the right side.
Yeah.
Some people turn them,
They
which
do.
is fine.
That confuses me.
You can.
They do.
It's
don't they?
fine, but yeah, that's not the way I work them. It's fine, but
I think people do it a lot if they only do blankets.
yeah, and I think you can end up with a twisted centre. But there's other ways around that. That's why when I start my next corner, I start diagonal,
okay. Yeah,
because
I
if you
got
always
really
start in the same
confused.
place, it can twist it. So then you can see you've got all the stitches on the top here on the right side. So V's of your stitches, you can see them when it's on the right side. You can't see them on the other side. So you need your 2 squares right side facing, sandwich them together. So the right sides are on the inside, and there's a wrong side, and on this one there's a wrong side. So right sides are on the inside, sandwich them over. Put your hook through the corner on one, and then the consecutive corner on the other. So you're going through both squares. Join your yarn in that corner space. So I'll just show you that again for joining. So I put a hook through both, pull a strand of the yarn. I'm using the main colour that I finished the last round of the squares in, and then 1 chain to join it. And then you make 1 chain, and you're going back into that hole and making a double crochet in there. So straight in, no yarn over, both squares, go through both squares, pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through both. Then you find the stitch, this is the back of the stitch, put your hook through one of the squares and then the consecutive stitch on the square behind. So you effectively go under 2 stitches, which is 4 strands of yarn.
So you go under both loops?
Both loops.
Right,
I work
on
under
both
both
sides.
loops, especially for this bag because you want it to be strong.
Okay.
So you want it to be joined with a lot of strength. So pull the yarn back through, whoops, or drop it if it's me. Right, you have 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through both. So you repeat that, you go through consecutive stitches, make a double crochet in every stitch, and then actually there's no chain spaces except at the end, so you're just going into every stitch along. So through the stitch on the back, 2 strands of that one, and then under the next stitch on the one behind it. I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
I said back a lot there.
But again, remember all of
Both
this,
stitches.
this will be on Sam's YouTube as well.
And if I open it out, you can see it's an invisible join where it's worked in the same colour.
Much better than sewing.
Yes, you can sew it. Nothing to stop
But
you
it's
sewing it. But I
kind of
really,
neater.
yeah, I like it.
And it's easier to undo if you get
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, it gives it a nice finish.
Well, that's fantastic.
Definitely.
So I'll just give you a very quick stock update. We have got blue. These are the only 2 we've got in the stock. So here's the blue one. Remember, you've got all the yarn you need to make it, 400 grams plus the beads, the toggles, everything you need. You will need a metre of fabric as well, but this is everything you need for the crochet. $32.99, the blue one. And then rainbow is the other one. The other 2 have gone, but well over half has gone. So I'm just saying, because I know a lot of you stop checking out when Sam's demonstrating. I don't want you to miss out. So if you want to get either of these, the other 2 have sold out. You need to be quick. That was fabulous. Thank you very much, Sam.
You're
When are you back?
welcome. Thanks for having me. Sometime in April.
Sometime in
I should
April.
have looked it up.
I know, I'm like that.
17th-ish, I think.
Yeah, sometime in April.
On a
something
Monday.
else.
Everybody know, don't worry. I always let you know on social media.
Fabulous. Well, that was brilliant. I loved it. Coming up tomorrow on Sewing Street is John. Mr. John Scott will be presenting 8 o'clock. It's the Posh Quilt. What's that? Port Out Starboard Home with Janet Clare. 9 o'clock is Quilting Tools, and 10 o'clock is the Orbiter Quilt with Janet Clare. And 11 o'clock, ooh, the lovely George from Franklin's Inn. Ooh, with the Britannia machines. And at 12:30, so he's doing an hour and a half, it's Quilt Kits, Miss It or Miss Out. Thank you so much for joining me today. I won't be here next week because I'm going to be on holiday. I'm going to see my baby boy in Canada. I haven't seen since October. I'm so excited. Quite excited to go and see the snow, but mainly it's a long time since I haven't seen him. So I won't be here next week, but I will be here the week after that. Thank you for joining me today, and have a wonderful afternoon filled with sewing and crochet.
Yeah.